What were the issues, Mr. Whitney, that needed to get addressed?
Judge, we had one, but I guess I can put my bag down there. Dr. Kirkpatrick and the recordings, we have filed, and I'm not sure it's got a DIN number yet, it was filed at 9:33 p.m. I believe yesterday, and it's notifying declaration of Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick, and he lists, I believe, then the, not exactly, but he tells us what the categories of the recordings he approves or that he gives consent to. And he gives consent to everything that he recorded. And he gives consent to anything that he recorded and Beata or someone else recorded, as long as it's contemporaneous. He objects to anything that was recorded without any recordings made.
Can you give me context as to what we're talking about?
Sure, Judge. There's some recordings of Dr. Kirkpatrick, oral recordings, and there are video recordings.
By Beata Kowalski?
The video recordings are all Kirkpatrick, and Kirkpatrick also has some audio recordings. Beata Kowalski has audio recordings. So the court understands Dr. Kirkpatrick is okay with all the recordings, video or audio, except the ones that he did not also record. So there are a few of these recordings that he did not know or give his consent, if he did know, to the recording. There's not that many, but we think a couple of them made their way into evidence. We want to identify them for the court, and we'd ask an order in limine based on the 934 objections that everyone seems to be playing by at this point. So they went in, but without the consent of Dr. Kirkpatrick, just as to those.
Well, whatever exhibit or exhibits that subset is, have any of them been played to the jury?
No, Your Honor. Yes. No.
Okay. Do you have a list of those that fall in the subset?
Yes. 10 joint exhibit 1076, 1077, and 1078.
We have a copy for the court.
Okay. So for now, let's not publish them. I don't know, the defense, have you had any opportunity to hear what's on those three?
Honor, and we have an argument about this in that Dr. Kirkpatrick has testified, contrary to his declaration of yesterday, that he routinely videotapes his encounters with patients. And there is testimony that we're trying to, I had it right here, I'm trying to find it again. There is testimony to the effect that he videotaped the initial consult with this patient on 9/23/15 and a follow-up on November 2nd, 2015. Those are exhibits 1076 and 1077 respectively, I believe. There's also an audio recording that is covered by this on 1078. But those two that I just made reference to, he expressly has testified that those recordings were made by video in the ordinary course of his practice. And then they were gone. But Mrs. Kowalski did in fact audio tape those. And the controversy that was about to be raised with the court before plaintiffs agreed to those two pieces of audio or being put in evidence was that there was agreement among the parties that they be audio taped, that Dr. Kirkpatrick had said expressly that he made those recordings, video recordings with audio in the ordinary course of his practice, and so he had no expectation of privacy when the audio was made by Ms. Kowalski, whether or not he had actual notice of it.
Your
So
Honor,
we were going to use those things, and I frankly intend to use some of them in the cross-examination of Dr. Kirkpatrick tomorrow.
Are we using them with Ms. Maya Kowalski today?
Not to my knowledge, Judge.
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to take notice that they're not giving you any testimony. They're not producing any testimony on this because they're misconstruing his testimony as to these dates. He's been clear for at least the past 2 years that there are no video recordings on those dates. None exist.
Okay,
I beg to differ.
at the end of the day, if there's not a clean issue of consent, I'm going to need to resolve that. So I will need to either see the competing affidavits or accept testimony on the issue. But the reality is, if there is no consent that's clear, or that it's in a situation where there's not a clear or not an expectation of privacy, then it's not coming in, not going to be played. So
I understand, Your Honor. I'm looking right now at a summary of follow-up evaluations of Maya Kowalski prepared by Dr. Kirkpatrick. One with the initial evaluation of 9/23/15. It lists dictated initial evaluation, handwritten notes of the evaluation, new patient information form reviewed with the patient and mother, pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded. A similar set of descriptions of records available exists with respect to 11/2/2015. So the point we were going to make previously, again, before there was an agreement to put these into evidence, was that there was an intention on the part of Dr. Kirkpatrick to record those encounters as part of his records. And Your Honor will be told, and we'll see, all the rest of his encounters with this patient were videoed.
perhaps, but I think
So
it sounds like
well,
I
they
need
just-
evidence on
They
this.
just disappeared.
At one point, this allegation that there was agreement on these coming into evidence, just to remind the court, there were 151 joint exhibits, and in the days leading up to jury selection, the defense withdrew agreement on about 80 of those, and then added a couple. These were among the last ones that they added. It was an oversight on our part, but there was never agreement to have these.
Again, I'm going to need evidence on this issue until we get it resolved. 1076, 1077, and 1078 will not be played to the jury.
And very well, Your Honor, but I
And
will.
it sounds like I'm going to need a few minutes to take testimony on that prior to this issue being resolved.
Very well, Your Honor, but I will point out that there will also be a controversy over the authenticity of Dr. Kirkpatrick's signature on this declaration that was filed.
Well, I'm assuming at some point Dr. Kirkpatrick will be testifying, whether it's in person or from a hospital, but I don't know yet. But
Tomorrow afternoon.
I'm sure he'll be able to tell us whether he signed it.
I'm sure you'll hear testimony.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure you'll hear testimony.
Sounds like I will.
It's my understanding from counsel that the witnesses tomorrow are Dr. Brewerton, Dr. Corcoran, and Dr. Kirkpatrick.
I think Dr. Corcoran was planned for Wednesday. It depends somewhat on the length of Maya Kowalski.
Well, I'm just,
If you wants to be Wednesday, that's fine. We just need to know one way or the other.
I think at the moment we were planning on Dr. Brewerton, Dr. Kirkpatrick, and Dr. Hannah.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
okay, that's different. That's different than what I was said, so.
That also sounds pretty ambitious.
Well, we have to get this in by Friday, right?
All right, so to be clear, Judge, because we've been told, and I'm not faulting them, I'm just saying it's shifted a little bit between 12 and now. Dr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Hannah, and Dr. Brewerton are tomorrow.
That's what Mr. Whitney just said.
Okay,
And hopefully we'll get through Dr. Newberger's different excerpts and be able to play him in the next couple of days.
Yeah, that's not make an excuse in advance, Judge, but he had some lengthy depositions. The depositions was taken initially by Mr. Haskell, counsel at the time for Dr. Smith, who was a party. Most of the deposition testimony was focused on Dr. Sally Smith's conduct, and much of it was focused on what was in her report, of what went into her report. And so what I'm telling you, Your Honor, in a roundabout way, is editing and going through that is no small task. Thank you.
Like I said, that's all in volume 2, and I didn't designate the Sally Smith stuff. I just designated the background training and experience in volume 1, and then jumped to the third one, which is video.
I beg to differ, Judge. I went through, I know we can look at this tomorrow, but I spent an hour going through it last night at 11 to midnight, and most of the Sally stuff was designated. So if they change that designation, I'm unaware of it. But in any event, I'll make sure I go through them tonight.
And I'll try to make clear then if I'm not going to use something, so you don't have to do stuff you don't have to do.
Anything else? We're about 3 minutes before.
Judge, I'm sorry, this doesn't have to be now, but if you have time, I just wanted to advise the court on Wednesday. I haven't even told my co-counsel, but on Wednesday, one of my children has an appointment with a cardiologist. My other child is taking her. We'll have to leave when they get in the room with the doctor. So I just wanted to advise the court around 1:30, 2 o'clock. I may get up and leave. Just to be able to accommodate that conversation with the doctor.
Understand.
Okay.
And that's, Wednesday's the date that we will have to take an early lunch anyway.
I'm not trying to change the what's happening in the courtroom. I'm just telling the court I may at one point get up and leave, and that would be why.
And Judge, we do have a motion for rehearing for the exclusion of Dr. Brewerton's last visit and Dr. Kirkpatrick's last visit in light of the court allowing Dr. Kelly, the psychiatrist, to be able to testify. And so at some point we wanted to argue that. It's a Binger argument, and we're hopeful that the court will reconsider that because, again, there's a video that shows some symptoms.
This is the issue of going to the doctors after the discovery deadline and then not bringing that to the court's attention earlier.
Yes, Your Honor, but to be clear, we didn't know particularly that they were doing that, and we found out, we reported it within 5 days, which was the court's order. The only issue then was not going back after that and retroactively asking the court, but the defense filed a motion fairly quickly, so it was going to come up before the court anyway. So it wasn't, let's put it this way, it wasn't the plaintiffs planning out to do some sort of out of discovery period discovery. It was merely a follow-up. And the court previously, in fact, noted that there were some problems with having the witnesses come up there and be asked, well, you saw her, last time you saw her was 3 years ago or 2 years ago, however, what are they supposed to do? So we'd ask the court to at least consider allowing those in light of the fact that the court did allow them to bring in Dr. Kelly, and he is more than capable of commenting on anything going on with those.
We have received a communication from Dr. Kelly that places in question his availability to testify. We're in the process of reviewing that further, but just so counsel's aware of it, that may be a moot point.
Right. Well, perhaps it was going to be rebuttal anyway.
Could be, Judge. It could be.
Anything else before we bring in the jury?
Not from the plaintiff's point of view, unless you can see.
Not from the defense.
And how long, and I'm not holding it to you, but how long do you think the balance of your direct is?
Oh, this is tough. Anything I say is going to be wrong. An hour and a half?
Wrong.
Wrong. 2 hours? Do I have 2.5? It's
So really
obviously the
two,
length
Your
of the questioning, the length of the answers, an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay. I'm going to try, if you have not rested up at the 2 hour mark, so at 2:45 we'll take a break.
Okay.
If I see the jurors start to get restless, or if the court reporter, then we might take a break earlier. But, my hope is to just have one break this afternoon. And so I'm trying to push everybody to go as long as we can this afternoon.
I look forward to those breaks too. It's hard standing up there for 20
Well,
hours.
I think you're on your feet for 2 hours. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir.
All right, jurors entering.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And since you were last with us, has anyone approached you about this case? Have you seen any media reports about this case? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Beata Kowalski, if you could come on down. And Ms. Kowalski, you understand you're still under oath? Thank you.
May it please the court.
You may inquire.
When we left, we were right up to the point of the infamous October 7th admission. I want you to tell the jury at this point in the midst of your relapse, your first relapse, what symptoms you had.
I had the same burning pain, but this time it was more amplified than it was when I was getting the infusions. And I had lesions coming back. I had discoloration and change in temperatures. And my dystonia was more prevalent. Sorry, forgot.
And you were obviously in a wheelchair?
Still in a wheelchair.
Now, before October 7th, had you had this problem in the gut with being able to pass food through because of the CRPS?
That was a problem that was more with my CRPS, yes, constipation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And had you been to Johns Hopkins the week before, October 1st, to visit?
Yes.
And what was that for? Was it for the same thing, the stomach issues,
Yes.
the lower stomach issues? Okay. And at this point, you were what, 10 years old?
I was 10.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about that visit. So do you remember the why of going there that day, that morning?
October 7th?
The 7th.
Okay. Yes, so I was in excruciating pain, and this time my stomach was also, it was awful. I was complaining, my knees were up to my chest, I was crying, so my dad took me in.
All right. So it was your father, not your
Yes.
mother, that took you in?
And then the week prior, my dad also took me in.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something. When you would go back to Johns Hopkins or and any of the doctors there, were they immediately aware of the history, or did your dad or mom have to explain it every time, your history?
Speculation, Your Honor.
Overall.
Actually, yeah, my parents always had to re-explain my history of CRPS.
From what you saw, was this frustrating for your family, to your mom and dad, to have to explain the same thing every time you come in?
Most definitely.
All right. So, so you come in, and your dad gives the summary of, or describes your history. What do you recall after that?
I remember just being in the ER, but I wasn't in the ER for too long. I remember I was transferred to the PICU.
All right. And up to that point, while you're in the ER and up to the certain event, were you in pain? Were you calm? Were you active? What was your outward manifest?
I was actively in pain, yes.
Were you thrashing or acting out in any way at that point?
At that point, no.
So they took you up to the PICU, and tell the jury what happened then.
When I was transferred to the PICU, I remember my mom came in at some point. The nurses and doctors wanted to put a tube down my nose. And with CRPS, I mean, a blood pressure cuff, that hurts. So imagine, like a tube being shoved down your nose into your stomach. And obviously, that would have caused so much pain. And I knew my body. I knew I was not going to be able to tolerate that. That is the only time I asked for sedation. I didn't just randomly yell out, "I need sedation," like depicted in the medical records. I only asked for sedation when they wanted to do that procedure.
And then, were you given sedation before they tried to put this tube down your nose?
I was not, and my mom was actually in the room, and she listened to the doctors and didn't demand for sedation. Instead, about I would say 2 or 3 people held me down and tried to get the tube down my nose. That is when I was screaming, crying, and thrashing around. I did not curse at any of the staff. That is a lie. But they were not able to get it down, which I suspected because of the pain.
Were you fairly religious? Did you curse as a matter of course as a religious 10-year-old?
I never really cursed. I mean, I always thought it was really bad when people did it.
Okay. Later on, you heard that in the hospital, though, from others. But
yes, from
we'll
staff.
talk about that. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, they tried to do this, and so how did it feel when the doctors or nurses, I guess, held you down? Describe it in more detail. Where did they grab you, and how hard they grabbed you, so forth?
Well, it was just like the upper body portion because they were trying to get the tube in my nose. So they were holding on my shoulders and just like my chest area. But again, they were not able to do it. Ultimately, they had to use sedation.
Okay. And I want to ask something right now, Maya. Do you have a symptom that while you're up here you might manifest known as myoclonic jerking?
Yeah, so I don't know if people have noticed this, but normally when I'm sitting in the courtroom and whatnot, I have these like little twitches. It could be anywhere from, my feet to the head. They're kind of random. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just a symptom of CRPS and it's involuntary. And because I'm not getting my infusions at this point in time, unfortunately, they're going to be getting worse and worse.
Okay. So now you're being held down and you got sedation. What do you recall after that?
Well, I do remember the tube being in my nose. I remember my mom having to leave on a certain day, and this was the last time I talked to her.
Okay. Now, and before I forget, there was, I'm sorry I'm jumping around a little bit. I'll make sure I get to this. Before we go on, by this point, did you know what having a ketamine infusion, the feeling of ketamine inside you was?
Yes.
Were you able to tell
throughout this period and after you had started having them with Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Cantrell and Dr. Hannah, were you able to tell when your body was receiving ketamine?
Yes.
And how could you tell?
I could tell because the pain level, first off, it was lowered, and there's like a feeling, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but you could just tell, like, you feel a little bit funny. It's not your normal self.
Okay. And then tell the jury whether, the best of your knowledge and for everything you saw, heard, felt, your mom ever gave you IV ketamine at home.
Never through the IV, no.
How did she give it to you?
It was orally administered, which was okay by the doctor and everything. It tasted a little bit weird, so at one point I asked her to add Gatorade to it, so it's just easier to go down.
But the prescription itself, and if you're aware, great. If you're not, it's okay. The prescription itself, what did it read? Did it say oral, or did it say intravenous? Did it say?
The bottle itself?
Yes.
Yeah, it said intravenous, but it was only for oral purposes.
So you applied out of the bottle to the Gatorade.
Right. Never through the IV.
So you never had an IV ketamine at home?
Not at home, no.
All right. So now sorry to jump around. You're back in the hospital, and did they start to examine you? And if so, what happened after that, if you recall? Or do you recall much after you were sedated would be a better question.
No, but I do remember being in the PICU.
All right. And was there anything else that you recall? Was it just one nurse coming in and out, or were there more people there?
In the PICU, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember, well, because I couldn't walk or anything, I had to have help using the bathroom. And I remember, it's quite embarrassing, but my dad was helping me clean up, and a doctor came in, or so I thought, a doctor, because I knew it looked like a doctor because all of them wear this like white lab coat, and then there's colored squares across their chest. Usually there's like a name embroidered in, but I didn't see that on her. So I assumed she was a doctor. She came in very briefly, and it was awkward because here I am, naked from the bottom down after using the restroom, and she's asking my dad questions, and then she left the room.
And did you subsequently find out who that was?
Later, I found out it was Sally Smith.
Did anyone from the hospital differentiate Sally Smith from any of the other doctors that you were seeing that day?
Absolutely not.
Did Dr. Smith explain her role in any way?
Never.
And did she question your dad, and I don't know about you, but did she question you or your dad about symptoms and history?
She actually was leaving, Your Honor.
Overall.
No, I do not recall that.
Now, after Dr. Smith then, was your mom telling the doctors, do you recall who was in there at that time, the doctor-wise? If you don't,
I don't know their names, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Man, female, male?
It was usually more than one, but sometimes they came in individually, and it was mixed gender.
All right. And so was your mom explaining the symptoms? And
she always did. I mean, that was pretty routine. She had to do that for almost every visit.
Was your mom worried from what you could tell, or excited? How would you describe her?
Well, she was definitely worried about her kid, and we had just moved to Florida, and I don't know if you know, but there was a hurricane during this time, so I think everyone was kind of on edge.
Mm-hmm. Did you learn at that time or subsequently why you went to Johns Hopkins as opposed to other hospitals? Well, there was a Johns Hopkins in Sarasota, wasn't there?
I don't know, but it was a distance thing. We were staying at the Ronald McDonald House.
Oh, okay.
Because at the time, it was easier to get to my infusion place with Dr. Hannah rather than driving from Venice to wherever he was located. And it just so happened that the Ronald McDonald House is very close to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
So you were on campus, in other words, at Johns Hopkins?
Yeah, pretty close.
All right. And so your mom told them about the symptoms. Do you recall them questioning you at all about your symptoms?
No.
So what happened after that, to the best of your knowledge? Did you stay up, go to sleep, what?
Well, like I said, there wasn't ever a specific time where I saw the doctors and nurses ask my mom to leave. It was only because this was the day that she had to go to work, and that was my last conversation with her. Whereas with my dad, I vividly remember people coming in and telling him that this was his last time to say goodbye to me.
So was this the last time you saw your mom?
The last time I saw my mom, my dad wasn't there. I was laying in the bed.
This was while you're in your room. Did you go?
Still in the PICU.
Still in the PICU?
Still in the PICU, yes.
So this is pretty close to when you checked in? Or
Yes,
got admitted?
yes. I know I was still in the PICU. My mom was like picking up her work bag and just like little things she had brought to the hospital, and she said, "I love you and I'll see you tomorrow." And I never saw her again.
Need some water? I noticed you're wearing a necklace. Why don't you explain that?
Yeah, so December 10th was my birthday. I turned 11, and I was unfortunately still in the hospital at the time. And the hospital has this program where they collect funds for children who are still in the hospital on their birthday. I was given $20 to spend. And I remember the social worker came in, and she asked me what I'd like to buy. I bought a Nerf gun for my brother. I bought my mom a necklace, and then I bought my dad his favorite bag of mints because I didn't have a lot of money left over. But then my Aunt Wendy bought him this little glass Christmas tree, and we just said it was from me. But I bought my mom this very specific necklace that says "I love you" to the moon and back. It's just like she always said that to me. And then I found out later that she wore it every single day, and when she was found in the garage, she was still wearing it. And I have it on my neck right now.
Have some water.
Sorry.
We'll get through it. Can we publish 2571-001? We're going to switch for a second there, Monty, and ask you about obvious symptoms at the time of your admission. Now, the record reflects it. This is October 8th, 2016, so this would have been the day after you came in?
Yes.
And was this a Friday, and then this one would have been on a Saturday?
Correct.
All right. And what is that there?
It's a lesion, and again, the same thing. It's just smaller ones connecting.
Okay. Now, since that time, have you had the opportunity to review some of the Johns Hopkins records that were supposed to be documenting your condition here and there?
Yes.
All right. Let's show 1001-2645, and I'll represent for the record. It'll show it's the skin assessment for that same day. Let's look for the 8th here. All right, so that's got one circular red scab and one circular pink,
Yes.
but nothing else about the other lesions on your body?
Correct.
Did you have one on your back or not?
I had one on my back, but I also had them in other areas, which they failed to document.
All right. So the ones they're talking about here, and this can be confusing, they're talking about the one on your back, or did they ever talk about the one on your legs?
They never-
The ones on your legs.
Yeah, no, they didn't. Not on that date.
Okay, let's continue then. So you begin your stay there. Were your mom and dad able to come see you in your room at this time?
At this time, yes.
Okay, your dad. Okay, and then tell us about the rooms you stayed in during this period of time, October, November, December of 2016. Regular hospital rooms?
So first the emergency room, then the PICU. The most distinguishing thing about the PICU, even though every room kind of has it, it's the circular clock. And I remember that because that's all I looked at for days, and I just heard it tick because I didn't have the strength to watch anything on the TV. And then when I was moved up from the PICU to a different floor, I believe it was 7, I stayed on 7 a lot. I had multiple different rooms, even though their policy is every 30 days you switch a room. I think I stayed there over 90 days, but I had way more than 3 rooms. And these rooms had surveillance cameras. And when I was placed in those rooms with the surveillance cameras, I was told that to not worry about them, they don't work.
So now, if we could, there has been allegations here that you were outside your room 95% of the time. Can you tell the jury whether that's true?
That's not true at all. Most of the time I was in my room. There were times where I went to PT, which I was outside my room, and there was a few occasions where I went to the rec room. But for, I would say, the majority of my time, I was kept in my room.
And did the rooms have the kids that were there, their names on the door or next to the door?
So at one point, I started to get wheeled out into the hallways and whatnot, and that's when I was going to PT or the rec room. And I noticed something really weird was that all the other rooms on the floor, they had name tags. It would say the patient's name and just the last initial. Whereas with mine, I just had a sheet of paper in there with color-coded stickers. I asked the nurses what the color corresponded to and what that meant and why I didn't have a name, and they would not tell me. I asked multiple nurses, and all of them said, I can't tell you.
During this period of time, do you recall an instance where your mom was trying to get in touch with you and the nurse said something different than just simply putting it through to you?
Which instance?
Was there a time during this period, this first week or so, when your mom called for you and you did not receive the call but overheard what was said?
Yes. So I remember that my mom was on this phone call, and the person who she was speaking to, a person at the hospital, I'm not sure what role they had, but they claimed that I never asked to speak to my mom. I was doing fine. I was okay in my room. I hadn't had any questions about why my parents weren't allowed to see me. And that infuriated me so much because all I did for days on end was demand to speak to my parents. That's all I wanted to do. And I most certainly wasn't just sitting in my room. I was crying.
So now, were there other kids on the floor? I mean, were there,
Yes.
somebody to talk to, somebody you could, for lack of a better term, play with?
Well, it's a children's hospital, so there's plenty of kids all around. I went to the rec room. So for people who don't know what that is, it's just like a playroom. You could do activities. There's volunteers there. So I remember going down there, nurse wheeled me down, and I was just working on some art project. I don't remember what, but this really sweet social girl, she came over to me and she just started talking to me.
How old would you think?
She looked around my age, I would say, or maybe a little bit, actually younger, sorry, my bad, younger for certain. And her mom noticed that she came over to me a lot and was talking to me. Come to find out, we were on the same floor. I was on 7. And I saw her out in the hallway one day, and I asked the nurse to wheel me out. So the nurse wheeled me out. She brought me to the area. So there's like this, on the floor, there's this huge window where you could see outside of the hospital. So you could see like the street and all the cars passing by, and there's a little chair that faces this window, so people who just wanted like a change of scenery could go over there. So her mom was there with Natalie, the friend that I had made, and I was wheeled over there and I talked to them. Another nurse observed this interaction and quickly told somebody. Next thing I know, Kathy Beatty is in my room saying I'm not to ever speak to a patient again. And that day, Natalie had given me this little present because her mom noticed my parents were never with me. I think they just wanted to comfort me, and I have it in my bag today.
Did they ever give you any reason why you, as a 10-year-old, couldn't just talk to the kid next door, for lack of a better term?
I have no reason. I mean, they didn't give me any reason, and it was heartbreaking because, you know, they had my door open a lot and the blinds were open so I could see other people conversing and interacting, and here I am all alone.
Mm-hmm. Now, were they at this time paying a lot of attention to your symptoms, discussing your symptoms with you?
Even though I told them about my symptoms and I pointed them out, it didn't matter. They kind of just ignored them.
Before we go further, I think what I want to do, if we can pull up 2003-001, the All Children's Health System, a summary of Florida patients' Bill of Rights and Responsibilities, if we could. So, Maya, were you aware of any of this at the time, or did you become aware of these later?
I was not made aware of them within the hospital. I wish I would have known them.
All right. So you had a right, I'll just paraphrase, to courtesy and respect. Is that right?
Correct.
And individual dignity and protection of your privacy. Is that
Correct.
right? A prompt and reasonable response to questions and requests for you. Tell me about the bathroom.
I just object to the leading on these lines of questions.
Overruled.
Tell me about trying to go to the bathroom during this period. What did you have to do to get to the bathroom?
So with the whole like bathroom situation, obviously I was not able to walk and I couldn't push my wheelchair at this time. So the nurses helped me, which was totally cool. But it's when the showering happened where it was really weird. So I had to have the door open and they would have to watch me because they were afraid that I would cut myself. I wasn't allowed to have a razor. Later I was able to have a razor to shave my legs, but I just never felt good about myself.
And it says here a patient has the right to know who's providing services and who's responsible for your care. Was it ever explained to you who was the person, other than Kathy Beatty, most responsible for your care?
No.
And so it says that you have a right to know what rules and regulations apply to your conduct. Did anybody discuss that with you ever?
No.
Were you ever shown any of these rules and regulations or rights?
No.
All right. Did you receive any information from the Johns Hopkins nurses or the doctors when they visited you about what diagnosis and what their plan was for you?
So they never told me straight up. They never said, we think you have conversion disorder. They never said, we think your mom has Munchausen by proxy. Instead, they would give me like little clues in the things that they were saying. So, for example, when I expressed to them a symptom or like my pain, they would say, no, you're making it up, or it's in your head. And then at one point, the social worker, Kathy Beatty, said that my mom was in a mental institution, making me think that something was wrong with her. And I asked my dad, and it turned out to be a lie. So they were trying to even manipulate me into thinking that my mom was sick and therefore making me sick, even though it wasn't true.
Well, as the allegations of Munchausen by proxy, which are that your mom or dad are intentionally trying to keep you sick, did any of the doctors or nurses ever simply ask you about your relationship with your mom and dad?
No, and as a matter of fact, they always told me what went down in my house Dr. Elliott, he said that my mom was putting me in a coma every single week. And I told him no. But even though I told him no, he wouldn't accept that as an answer.
Did they seem to have their own story they wanted told?
Absolutely. No doubt about that.
And so then it says a patient has a right to refuse any treatment. Were you ever given any right to accept or reject the physical therapy?
No.
What was the problem with that as time went on with the physical therapy?
So even though physical therapy, like done in a certain way, does help CRPS, when you don't listen to the patient, it's actually going to be more harmful than beneficial. So my condition just went downhill. I mean, when I got back home after being released, it was nasty.
Well, I got to ask you now. There's been some testimony about withdrawal. Did you ever experience? Do you know what withdrawal is from a drug?
Yeah, I've heard
did you
about
know?
it in school, yeah.
Okay, and remembering back and knowing now, did you ever have any feelings after ketamine was stopped for a period of time of withdrawal?
No, ketamine for me was stopped multiple times and for like sometimes weeks, and I've never identified with the symptoms of withdrawal.
So no sniffling and anxiety and runny nose and severe headaches and all that. None of
No.
that. So did they ever come to you and tell you that they thought you needed to stay there because you needed to be weaned off of ketamine?
They have never told me that.
Right. It goes down there and it says about two-thirds of the way down, patient has a right to impartial access to medical treatment or accommodations regardless of race, sex, gender, identity, sexual orientation, national origin, religion, creed, handicap. You see that?
Yes.
All right. So tell the jury now first as to being Polish. What does the term mamusha mean? If I'm pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
I object, and I'd like to approach on this. I object, I'd like to approach on this.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Let's take that down for a moment. And so it says, you also had a right to treatment where if you were deteriorating from a failure to provide treatment. As time went on, did you let them know that you were not doing so hot?
Yes, I did tell them whenever they asked. I told them of my pain. In the beginning of my stay, I told them constantly about my pain, but I soon learned that they weren't listening, so I stopped telling them, and I just told them when they asked.
And how did you feel, if you could take the jury through it, from when you first got in towards the end? Take us through the stages of how your physical condition went.
So when I first got in, I was in extremely bad condition because of the relapse. Once the constipation had passed, I did get a little bit better because the pain from the constipation was now gone. But my physical condition as I went on got worse and worse.
And by the end, what was their physical condition by the time you finally got out of there?
Well, to paint the picture, I mean, before I went there, you saw me on the walker. Like, I was on my way to walking and being able to stand and bear weight. And then when I left, I couldn't even open a water bottle.
Could you sit up by yourself, hold yourself up by yourself?
No.
All right. So I was asking you what the term mamusha means in Polish. What is that?
It means mom.
Right. And what happened when you would speak Polish to your mom, or try to?
So after some time, I was granted privileges to have phone conversations with my mom. And because I didn't have any Polish instruction at the hospital, my only way to maintain my Polish or maybe get better at it was by talking in Polish to my mom. So I would say things like, Dzień dobry, mamusza, jak się masz, which just means, hello, mom, how are you? Or ja kocham cię, which means I love you. And every time I spoke in that language, I was told to stop. I have to speak in English. They would get really
Your Honor,
worried.
I apologize for the interruption. Same objection.
Overruled. You can finish your answer.
But they would always tell me to revert back to English so they could understand.
And so there was also a section in another one of the patient and families have rights that says you have a right to practice your cultural values and spiritual beliefs as long as they don't interfere with the well-being of others. I want to talk for a moment, then that the hospital's right there that you have. I want to talk a little bit about being able to practice as a Catholic in the church, in Johns Hopkins during this period of time. So tell us how often you would have communion, go to church outside of this.
So pre-John Hopkins, I went to church every Sunday, and I went to Sunday school, so I'd get communion once a week.
All right. And once you got in there, what happened? Were you, how were your spiritual needs fulfilled?
They weren't. So I was not allowed to have the communion that my priest from my church at home brought. Eventually, I was able to.
Hang on. Did anybody ever tell you, or did you ever learn why they weren't allowing in holy water, communion, wafers, things like that?
Objection to the they, Your Honor.
The hospital people who were managing you, the nurses, Kathy Beatty, so forth, the people you were communicating with regularly.
Yes.
Did you ever learn from them, or otherwise, if so, we'll explain, why they were keeping communion wafers and holy water and the like away from you?
I know the reason, and it was because they believed my mom was tampering with the wafer or the holy water and putting ketamine in it.
And similarly, there's a little off topic, baked goods, any type of food from home. Were you allowed to have that?
Oh, no, never.
Only hospital food.
Correct.
What a joy. So let's get back to this now in terms of being able to practice your religion. what did you bring with you? Or if you didn't bring it in, what were you brought in terms of religious items to help you through this difficult time?
Right, so going into the hospital, we didn't know how long I was staying there. So eventually I was given the rosary, which is a standard thing Catholics pray with. And I was brought a prayer book so I could recite the prayers because there's a lot and I don't remember them all. Yeah, those were the two big things. And then the communion, which we talked about, and the holy water, which we already talked about.
And did Miss Beatty or someone else from the hospital at some point take those from you?
Yes.
So now, what were you told about your ability to practice your religion in the hospital? What did they say about it?
They thought my mom was controlling me through religion, so they were really against me praying and doing that sort of thing. But
What would they do if you tried to pray with your mom over the phone?
they would shut it down.
So what about a priest? Now, you had a priest from your church that you were comfortable with?
Yes.
Parish? And who was that?
That was Father Jack.
Okay. And tell us about visits from Father Jack.
So he was able to, I remember two distinctive visits. The first one was an attempt to give me the communion, and we just chat a little bit. And then the second time I remember seeing him is when he came to help my dad announce my mom's passing.
So were you allowed regular access to Father Jack?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
All right. Now, as this was going on, these first couple of months there, did you, even though you're only 10, did you have an inkling of why they were doing this bizarre behavior?
Objection, Your Honor.
Strike it, this behavior.
Still objection again today.
Let's be more specific.
Maya, during this period of time, what, if anything, made you suspicious, and what were you suspicious of?
It was normally the comments that they made or the restrictions that they placed on me and not the other kids. Again, they never directly told me what was going on, even though I asked. So I had to figure it out for myself, and it did take time until I had a general understanding of what was taking place.
And what was taking place, Maya?
I was stripped from my family.
They did not want you to go back to your family?
No.
And was this told to you in some form by Miss Beatty?
She made a lot of comments, especially about my mom. She was the one who came up with the mental institution comment. She also had a lot of ideas of where I should be placed.
All right. And what was she suggesting for you as a place that they would place you?
So I remember this one instance when she came into my room. She asked if she could sit on the end of my bed, and I told her yes. She sat down, and she told me that they were discussing in court the idea of foster care and placing me in a home. She cautioned me, this is word from word what she said, foster care is nothing like it is in the movies. She said that, and then after saying that, she suggested that she take me in and she would be my foster parent.
Let's pull up 1001-3796. All right, this is in evidence. Let the record reflect from November 2nd. And so was it at or around the time reflected here that Ms. Beatty was initiating you into this concept that you would never go back to your parents, you would go to a foster family?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overall,
I would say so, yes. I don't know the exact date that she told me, but I know it corresponded to I'm assuming, because she said it was a court hearing about foster care, and that's where she got the idea.
Now, this is psychology progress notes. Let's talk about that for a second. When you came in, were you seen by a psychologist to be given some testing?
At the hospital? Mm-hmm. I later found that out, yes.
All right. Well, tell us who did that, if you don't recall.
I believe his name is Dr. Lewis. Is that the
Right.
one you're talking? Okay. Yes, I do remember that whole instance. I was wheeled into a separate room, and Dr. Lewis was in there with paper and pen and a bunch of tests. I did not want to be there. That day in particular, I was in more pain than usual. So much so, I actually could not complete all of the tests. I complained of my hand hurting. And then the nurse who wheeled me there, when she came to pick me up, I was in tears and I was crying.
Well, subsequent to, did Dr. Lewis engage you in any analysis or conversation like analysis?
I remember some of the things we talked about. He asked about my family. He asked about, he regularly put words in my mouth. He tried to get me to agree to things, and I would tell him, no, that's not true. And yet he wrote it down on the piece of paper.
Did you ever see his report?
Yes, and again, it's very frustrating because here you're going to a health, like a professional health place, and you have adults lying about what a child is saying. It's a whole nother level of messed up. It's just so unbelievably insane.
Did you find out whether he worked for the hospital or whether he was working for DCF at the time?
He never told me.
In terms of psychological counseling now, do you know who Dr. Katzenstein is?
I
Did
do.
you? How often would you meet with Dr. Katzenstein, if at all?
I think I relayed some information to Dr. Katzenstein, but I don't remember seeing them regularly.
Okay. And in the visits that you remember, what happened? Tell us a little bit about them.
I remember relaying some information to the doctor, but I don't remember the visits themselves because, again, I don't really remember them happening.
I want to go back to Dr. Lewis again. So there were all these statements in that report about things you said. How did those appear in there?
He was the one suggesting that narrative, trying to get me to agree. And even though I did not agree, he still wrote it down as if I did.
Did this add to your suspicion of what was going on here?
It did, because I've been to hospitals before and nothing like that had ever happened.
Okay. Can you tell us whether you had constant psychotherapy or whether it was limited or next to none?
It was next to none. I don't remember that happening regularly. There was a lot of PT, though.
Okay. Now, do you remember a time when you were put into a room and told you could not leave for some reason?
Are you referring to the
48 hours?
Yes. Yes, I was told about that.
Tell the jury what happened then.
So I was told it was for like a EKG, and I don't know what that is, so I just said, okay. I know now what an EKG is, and what happened in the room was nothing like an EKG. They left me there for 48 hours under surveillance, which they did not tell me about. They had a commode in there, and they just put it far enough away from the bed so I would have to physically stand up and use the bathroom. I called the nurses whenever I had to use the bathroom because obviously I'm not able to walk. And when they refused to help me go to the bathroom, I would defecate on myself.
So let's show 2703-B, a clip from the covert surveillance. you know you're being recorded through all this?
No, they never told me.
Continue. Is that it? Is that the end of it? Okay. Now, so you had to have help.
Yes.
And was there any way to reach that commode to relieve yourself without help?
No. Not in my condition.
And what would the nurses do when they came in and you had messed your bed?
They would be pretty angry. I had this one nurse, I would call her whenever I had used the bathroom, and I'm understanding that you have other patients. I get that. She would come into the room, and I'm not even joking, she would yell, 10 more minutes, and then she would storm off. But again, my door's open, the blinds are open. I could see her conversing with the nurses. They have these like little council like areas, and I could see her talking. She was not busy. So I genuinely believe that they just wanted to push me to the limit of like, oh, I'm about to pee myself, I have to get up and stand. But that never happened. Instead, I just peed on myself.
And you were not allowed to leave this room for 2 to 48 hours?
No.
And you would have left if you could?
I wish I could have.
So they kept you in there against your will?
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at 21-116, a series of text messages at around this time regarding this particular visit. And if we could move to the...
Judge, again, we object the foundation, and through this witness, these are not her text messages.
Overruled. You may proceed.
This next page. I'll get you highlight it, get to the part and highlight it with the description. All right, there you go. There you go. Can we? Yes, it's 005 we're on right now. So this is with Dr. Dees and Dr. Sally Smith. Now, it says here something about pushing several feet in your wheelchair. Does CRPS involve paralysis?
No, it does not. There are some patients with pain so severe that they might not be able to move their limb, but that wasn't the case for me. I was still able to move my limbs. Obviously, I had my days, but I've never had paralysis. That's not associated with CRPS at all.
But that's what they were concentrating on, was whether you could move around or not?
Right. So even though I explained to them that the symptoms vary, that's just the nature of CRPS. For some reason, they couldn't understand that.
All right, so I think there's another one here from Dr. Smith replying to this.
Yeah, one second.
It talks here about you being 10 and not being able to perform this charade effectively. Were you keeping up a charade, Maya?
Not at all.
And did anyone ever come into you, thinking back to the patient's rights, and explain to you that they were concerned that you were making all this up?
No, they never told me that, but they did tell me frequently that it was all in my head. So they just planted the idea there instead of questioning me about it.
Now, and at 10 years old, I know you're very intelligent for a 10-year-old, but were you equipped to try to outsmart or outthink or whatever these doctors at this point?
I would never do that to a doctor. I had an illness, and that's what it was.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick. All right. Nick, did you have something you wanted me to do? Now, there was a part of I forgot an event here. So I have Nick. So it talks here in your rights about being able to have another doctor or specialist outside the hospital see you. Was there an attempt, to the best of your knowledge, to have Dr. Hannah come see you
In December?
at any time?
I don't remember that. I know eventually down the line I was able to see him, but I was not made aware of any attempt for him to come to the hospital.
Okay, so this was outside the hospital when you finally saw him.
Correct.
So during your time in the hospital, was any doctor outside of Johns Hopkins allowed to come in and examine you?
No.
Okay, now, I want to pull up 2703-A and ask you, were your CRPS lesions prominent by this point?
Yes.
And did you from time to time ask the nurses to give you something to help them?
I did. I was without my special lotion that I was prescribed back at home with the lesions. And here I just requested Aquaphor because I believed it was the next best thing. Yeah, here I'm showing where all my lesions are.
How, if you know, let's get finished with it here. Keep going. Is this pretty much what you did all day long? Sit in that
Yes.
bed?
Yeah. That's why all my belongings are on it.
So you applied your own salve to them. Did it help?
No.
You tell them it was painful?
I was explaining that to her, yes.
So what was the hospital doing to help you deal with painful lesions?
Well, they gave me Aquaphor, but again, it doesn't really do much for them.
Were any of these nurses ever nice to you?
I had a few nurses that were nice, but I could tell that they were all agenda driven. Like the whole Meghan Trainor incident. I don't know if you want me to explain that now, but
I'm going to get to that right
Okay.
after we talk just a second about how they're documenting this. So let's pull up, like you were just applying to all your stuff, so all your CRPS lesions. All right. Let's pull up 1001-2643. And let the record reflect that's a skin assessment for that day. And if we could focus there on a particular day, actually any day around there. Is there even one for that day? 19th, 18th. Where's the 19th? Do you see anywhere where, after all that, they documented on your skin report any of these lesions?
even though I told them about them, they did not document them, trying to fit the narrative that I was making it up.
Let's also then take a look at 2571-014. And for the record, I think this is a photo of your thumb. Now, that looks like a pretty small line.
Yeah, it's just starting out.
Okay. How did they progress, by the way? They start like that, and then what happens?
Normally, without treatment, they do tend to get bigger, and they are open to the air. They could be on any part of the body, even non-affected areas of CRPS.
Mm-hmm. Could you have lesions on other parts of your body as of this date, November 25th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's take a look with, I believe, 1001-2 640 and 41 to see whether that was documented. So that's what's on the. Do you see anywhere where they are documenting any of your lesions on this?
No.
All right. Let's look at 2571-008 and see what that one says. That's not it.
That's
I
not
think
an
is
evidence.
it 2571-3013?
Yes.
All right. 2571-013. All right. What's going on here, Maya?
Well, first off, you could see the discoloration of my skin, which is a symptom of CRPS. And then you have some small lesions starting out, but they're getting bigger.
All right. Now,
And you could still see the dystonia. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out.
All right. So let's then compare that to the skin assessment for that day if you've got it. I think it's 1001. 2640 and yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Is that it? There's a lot of paper. All right, let's look here and see that day. Okay. Did they note anywhere that you had this discoloration and lesions?
No.
All right, let's look at 2571-026. Or did I just do that one? No, I did not do that one yet. Bring that up. And for the record, this is December 22nd, 2016. If we could focus in on your forehead. Did you get them on your forehead too?
Yes, I got them pretty much everywhere. So I have one on my forehead, and then on my left knee, I have one.
Okay, can we see the left knee then? Okay, all right. Now, can we compare that to 1001-2637? See if they documented it. Talking about December 22nd. Okay. You see anywhere where they're documenting the fact that you're continuing to have lesions?
No.
All right, and then 2571-030. No, I'm sorry, is that, we just did that one, sorry. 2571-040. Is that the same lesion now getting worse?
Yes.
All right. And do we have the skin report for that day?
No, go to 2571-042.
All right.
That's the 30th now.
All right, that's on December 30th. So what's happening with this lesion? Why isn't it healing?
That's pretty standard for CRPS lesions. Normally when you have a cut, it goes away relatively quickly, but with CRPS, it takes a lot longer to heal. And then also on my hands, I have them again.
All right, so now, and if we have it, the skin report, but I don't know if we have a skin report.
1001 456.
1001 456.
Bottom of the page.
Yeah, let's see. So here you are describing burning pain, that you're in pain and depressed, and it increases movement. And they're worried about your skinny jeans. When could you wear your skinny jeans?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Skinny
Honestly,
jeans.
I don't remember having skinny jeans in the hospital. In all of the pictures, I'm wearing shorts, so.
Okay. She also reported she now has RSD, CRPS skin lesions in her hands and forehead, and says they're the usual lesions. What is the date of this? This is December 30th, 2016. We've been through now 2 months of lesions.
Go to the top of that page.
Yep. Top of the next page, I believe. She does not let me examine. Self-inflicted excoriations. Do you even know what a self-inflicted excoriation is, Maya?
No, at the time I had no idea what that meant. But again, the doctors were telling me it was all my fault. I was doing this to myself.
Well, did they ever ask you whether you were self-inflicting these lesions?
They just told me. They never asked. And then when they told me and accused me of self-inflicting the lesions, I told them, no, it's just part of the CRPS.
Are we on 2116, page 001? So this whole time they were not documenting your lesions other than to say that now you're scratching yourself?
Correct.
Okay. Now, here's a series of, I believe, texts, messages back and forth. And if we could focus on anyone. Were they suspicious of your mom and dad at this time?
Yes, so there was this whole ordeal with Kathy assuming that I was emailing my mom. So my teacher, Jackie Dieter, she came over to the hospital and I was given a laptop for school purposes exclusively. And most people don't know this, but with the school email, so I only had a school email, which is like your N number, which is what you use to log in, and then it's whatever school, county you're at, .net. So I could only send emails to people within the school district. That meant teachers and students. That is it. I could not receive any external emails. As a matter of fact, the whole system itself blocks external emails, and you cannot send external emails to people outside of the system. Again, it blocks it. It will not let you. So there was this nurse who was in my room when I was on my computer trying to do homework and school, and she noticed that I was on the email portion of the platform. She immediately went, grabbed Kathy, told Kathy I was probably trying to contact my mom. Kathy came back into the room. She said that I can no longer have my computer because she was in fear that I was browsing sex websites.
Did you know what a sex website was at 10 years old?
I didn't even know what sex was.
Apparently she was introducing this concept.
Yes.
So let's talk about your relationship with Kathy Beatty. Was she there on just one floor so that if you switched from one floor to the next floor, you got somebody new?
So it's pretty standard practice that whenever you move floors, there's a social worker per floor. But weirdly enough, Kathy Beatty literally followed me wherever I went.
So from the time assigned to the end, she was there.
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe her interest in you? Was it the normal interest of a nurse or social worker, or was it something?
Sustained.
What, if anything, was unusual about Kathy Beatty's approach to you?
Overruled.
I have a lot of stories about Kathy Beatty, so it's going to take some time to go through them all. But there was the whole chapel incident where a nurse wheeled me down to the first floor where the chapel is located. The nurse left when Kathy Beatty approached me. Kathy Beatty then kissed me, said, "I'm not trying to be your mother, but I can be." Then she wheeled me into the chapel, and at this point, I was so excited to finally be able to go to the chapel. and she just destroyed all of my excitement. She picks me up, puts me on her lap. She sits in this tan chair at the back of the chapel. There's a photo of that. And she just sat with me there, and then I told her I was done praying. I was very quick in there because I just wanted to go back to my room. And then I was put back into my room. There's many instances, numerous occasions, that she lifted me up and put me on her lap. She clawed through my hair. I was close enough to her, almost at all times, to the point where I knew she had permanent eyeliner. That's not something unless you're really close to a person. She would tell me weird details about her life. Yeah.
Let's show 2597-18. I believe it's a photo of the chapel. And were you ever curious as to why she had you in the chapel?
So one really interesting thing about the chapel is there's no cameras. It's the only place.
Were you uncomfortable with Kathy Beattie's advances on you?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did these incidents with Kathy Beattie, were they upsetting to you?
Yes.
Did they cause you to fear her?
Most certainly, and the whole photo incident truly solidified that.
We'll get to that in a moment. And was Kathy Beattie the only one that was tormenting you, if you want to use that term, but during this period of time?
Same objection, argumentative. Overruled.
No, there were other people as well. I mean, it was the doctors, through their words of accusing my mom and I of certain things, or, well, for me, I guess, accusing me of not having my CRPS. And then there was one nurse in particular, Ashley Sumner, who I had encounters with in the PICU.
So what happened, tell us about the Megan Trainor incident and Nurse Ashley.
Okay, so Nurse Ashley was not, she's independent from the Megan Trainor incident, Ashley Sumner, PICU,
Okay.
and then the Megan Trainor incident was on floor 7.
Okay, well tell us what happened on floor 7.
Okay, floor 7. So there was at one point where a nurse had come into my room, and she informed me that she had looked me up and knew that I liked Megan Trainor. So I had a public Instagram at the time, and I was only 10. And so I posted videos of me singing and dancing to Megan Trainor, my favorite artist. So I was a little I don't know, it put me off that why would a health professional look up their patient on the internet and proceed to look them up on social media. But I kind of dismissed it until later in the day. She not only came back with herself, but a number of people, I would say probably 6-7 nurses and rec workers. They all stood in a line. The one in the middle was next, in front of my bed, and she was holding a phone camera. And the one next to her was playing a Megan Trainor song called I Feel Better When I'm Dancing, one of the ones I posted on social media. They were trying to get me to dance and sing and move my extremities in ways that would hurt me. And when I did not move in the way that they wanted me to, or move as vigorously as they wanted me to, they stormed out of my room.
Were they dancing, trying to dance around you?
Yes, they were also trying to get me to do certain movements, but I was in severe pain, so I was barely moving. I smiled a little bit, I did my best, but ultimately they never ended up showing the video to the court because it didn't fit their narrative.
So they were, from your perspective, what were they trying to get you to do?
I think they were just trying.
I apologize for interrupting again. Objection today.
What's the legal basis?
I'm objecting to mischaracterization foundation.
Overruled. She can answer.
I believe the nurses were trying to make me to look like I was as healthy as possible, that I was living my best life in the hospital. I was listening to Megan Trainor, I was dancing, I was smiling with all the nurses, but that wasn't the case at all.
So it was my mistake. I didn't realize Nurse Ashley was involved in this. Was there an incident with Nurse Ashley where you were hurt?
Yeah, so we have to jump back to the beginning. So this is like October. Once my dad and mom were told to leave, I was obviously left alone. And there's one nurse in particular who I had the most interactions with, and that was Ashley Sumner. There was a point where they were moving me up to floor 7, so that called for a bed change. They regularly have to change the sheets and whatnot. It's like policy. But even though I had told her I cannot walk, I cannot stand, I cannot roll, she threatened me. She said, if you don't move right now, like, what did she say? Or else. That's what she said, or else. If you don't move right now, or else. I remember the or else. And I just started crying because I'm so scared. Like, my parents aren't here. I have nobody that I trust. And this random lady is threatening me. And I can't even perform the movements that she wants me to. So she yelled at me for quite some time, telling me to roll over. I know you can move. I know you're faking it. Just stand up. We all know. Eventually, she gave up because I could not do what she wanted me to do. She went out in the hallway, grabbed about 3-4 nurses. They lifted me up by the sheet of the bed itself to transfer me, and she dropped my arm really hard in the bed. Now, that's insignificant to most people, but to a person with CRPS, it's like falling on concrete. Like, it hurt so bad. I remember the feeling just in my body. It was so painful. And I just cried. She was just awful, and I don't know. I'll never forget her.
All right. Getting back to Miss Beatty then, do you like chocolate cake?
I do, and I ordered that almost every night at the hospital.
All right. Did Kathy Beatty know that you liked chocolate cake?
Yes. Yep.
Was
She
there an
aware.
incident where that was held out as a prize or something?
Yeah, so in PT, as my stay went on, they wanted me to improve, but because of their system of doing it, it hurt my CRPS, so I wasn't making the improvements that were typical of other patients that are non-CRPSers. So she thought that bribing me would maybe spark some more motivation for me to start doing different things. On one instance, she said that she would bake me a chocolate cake if I did well in PT. So I tried my best, and I overexerted myself because the thought of just having something that was non-hospital food for the first time was enough motivation for me to, risk putting myself in more pain. So after the therapy session, I asked her if I could have it, and she said no, because it's Lent. Now, I have to explain this as well. So I'm Catholic, and Lent is a standard practice before Easter. You give up something for 40 days. And, I'm a kid, so I don't really understand the time of when it was supposed to happen. I just knew that Lent was a thing associated with the Catholic religion, and I've done it before. I was in the hospital October, November, December, early January. That's not around Easter. She knew that I was Catholic and that I was so religious that she held the idea of Lent over my head and saying that I couldn't have the chocolate because I gave up chocolate for Lent.
So, what about talking to your mom and dad through this period? Now, was this a frequent thing or an infrequent thing?
Your Honor, I apologize for objecting again, but again, a foundation and time frame.
Let's be better on the time, but otherwise overruled.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got them. Okay, thanks. So, let's talk about the graduation of.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but there's another story about Kathy and the PT, another bribe, if I could share.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. What happened with? I have to answer the question.
Okay.
What else happened with Ms. Beatty insofar as tempting you to do something?
Again, it was another religious motivation. She told me again, if I try really hard in PT, she will take me to the chapel. Not the chapel in the hospital, but the chapel outside of the hospital, a couple blocks down. So again, I tried my best, and after the PT session, I asked her, when could we go to the church? and she said I didn't do well enough.
All right. I want to talk about in October how often you were able to talk to your mom or dad.
Well, the visits with my dad and my brother, they varied. There was times where I was allowed to have visits with them, and then other times not. And then with my mom, I was allowed phone calls at certain points, and then again not. It was so on and off, I really have no idea of when it was permitted and when it wasn't.
And when you did have the opportunity to speak with your mom, were there any problems with those calls that made it difficult for you to communicate, or your mom to communicate?
There was always a problem.
Like what?
Well, it was always the person who was overseeing the calls, Kathy Beatty, again. She would sit on the edge of my bed, listen in on all the phone calls, and she would limit our conversation to very basic and insignificant things.
So I'm going to publish then 3 clips in evidence. For the record, they're 2608A, B, and C. And you've heard these previously?
Yes.
Is this, best of your knowledge and understanding, Kathy Beatty's voice that we'll hear coming in?
Yes.
If we play A, please.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi Mommy. Hi honey, how are you, sweetie pie? I'm hurting, I miss you. I miss you so much too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day. You know how happy it makes me feel to hear your voice. Same here. I miss you so much, and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice too. Yeah. I hope you. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you. Okay?
Beata?
Yes.
Beata, we're not allowed to talk about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Hopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
Was Beatty the only one that would know about those Hopkins?
Yes.
All right.
Because she is actually the one who delivered some of them to me.
When these were going on, what was Kathy Beatty's facial gestures?
So you can't obviously see it on the audio recording, but when I tell you, like every single time I had a conversation with my mom, she'd be rolling her eyes like that, or she'd be making faces, or sticking out her tongue, like she was acting like a toddler.
Let's play B, 2608B.
How you doing? How is PT and OT going for you? Not good. Why is it?
Okay, Beata, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay?
Okay.
All right, and then 2608C.
And what do you usually need help with? My pants. What happens with the pants? I just can't lift them up. You can't pull up the pants anymore? No. When did that start, Maya? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a while ago. I don't know. I don't remember when it started. Okay. TBH. What's TBH?
Yeah, I'm going to redirect that line of conversation now, thank you.
Okay.
Now, during this period of time, are you aware now that your parents, strike it, are you aware now that through this entire period of time, your parents retained the rights to be able to be involved in direct your medical care?
Yes.
So we're trying to, discuss your physical therapy here?
I was trying to tell her about it because she asked, but Kathy Beatty put a stop to that.
All right, now, so tell us about the pulling up the pants, and it was good humming. I like the humming part, but why is it important that at this point you could no longer pull up your pants?
So it's showing how my condition, the longer I stay in, the more of the things I was able to do, I'm losing in terms of like my independence.
Okay, and again, were you allowed to use any words of Polish in these conversations?
No, that's why I wasn't.
All right, I want to ask you now, did your mom and dad still try to get stuff for you during this period of time? You know, gifts, little things, to cheer you up?
Yeah.
Did there come a time that they bought you a dress you always wanted, a more formal dress?
Yes, so this was John Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We were at the Ellington outlet malls, and we went into Tommy Hilfiger, and there was this really nice dress that I was obsessed with. It's just white, the shoulder, it wasn't long sleeve, it was just the width of a dollar bill. And then around it was the navy trim, and then the signature logo was on the breast area.
And so were there attempts made to bring this dress to you while you were at the hospital?
Yes, so my dad was permitted visitation, but everything that to my knowledge, most of the things he gave to me, they had to go through certain people. And the dress that he had brought, it had to be given to Kathy Beatty before it reached me.
Did the dress ever reach you?
No, and I clarified with my dad because I thought, maybe he didn't know what dress I was talking about, but he was there when I bought it, and I described it to him. He knew exactly what I was talking about. Instead, I got a red dress, but to this day, that dress is probably rotting in Kathy Beatty's office.
Where did it turn out that dress that was not delivered to you, the Hilfiger dress, actually was?
Kathy Beatty had it.
No.
Oh, and I know that because another social worker said she saw it in Kathy Beatty's office.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now I want to talk a bit about the day you were supposed to go to a court here, January 6th. Right? So on that day, were you excited?
I was ecstatic. I mean, not only was I getting out of the hospital for a little bit of time, I was going to see my uncle, and the goal was to see the judge.
All right. And were you preparing for it, to get yourself ready? And
yeah, I told people in the hospital, the people, the nurses and whatnot, I'm going to court today, I was excited, yeah.
And so then what happened insofar as trying, what did you have to do before you were allowed to go to the court and see the judge? What happened with Miss Beatty?
So it was my understanding that I was just allowed to go to court because they ruled on it and I was allowed to come in person. So I was just expecting my uncle was going to come pick me up, and Kathy Beatty was going to wheel me down to meet with my uncle and put me in his car. Instead, Kathy Beatty showed up in my room a little bit earlier than the time I was supposed to go. She came in alone initially, and she told me that if I wanted to go and see my mom in court, I was going to have to be stripped naked and photographed by her nude, so I could go to court. I cried and cried because I'm a very modest and private person when it comes to stuff like that. I have been, and there's a reason for that. I really respect my privacy. And eventually I was able to reason with Kathy, and she said that I could keep my training bra on and my shorts. That's when she left the room. She came back with Nurse Alicia, I don't know her last name, but she came in and she assisted with holding me down and moving me and removing some articles of my clothing for the photos. Now, the purpose for these photos, typically, DCF takes them. DCF did not take these. And there's supposed to be a side-by-side comparison of pre-visit and post-visit. So I was leaving the hospital, so they took the photos before. There was never photos taken after.
And has it come to your attention that this did not end up in any analysis in the medical records or anything like that?
That's another thing I was promised in the whole reasoning with Kathy about not being nude. She told me that I could keep my shorts on in the training bra, and I specifically asked her to keep these photos private. I asked her if they were just going to be in the medical record, and she told me, yes, only doctors can see them. She actually physically went over to the computer where I've seen nurses and doctors put in information, and turns out she never put the photos in there.
All right, so let's turn to, first I'm going to publish a photo, 2604. And were you actively trying to keep them from taking off your clothes? No, that's not it. There.
Yes, so that, you see my hands right there, and then someone else's hand, I can't tell if that's Kathy's or the nurse's, but I was trying to pull up my shirt actively as she was pulling it down.
All right. And around this time, where we go into a few more photos, did you document this in your MyCare journal?
I believe I did. I haven't seen the MyCare journal in quite some time, so I would need my memory refreshed.
Let's look at this photo here. Now, it has been portrayed that you were somehow enjoying this and just holding hands. Tell the jury what was going on.
I was not enjoying this at all. It is true, when the nurse came back into the room, I wasn't crying as much because Kathy had called me down after we made that, agreement. We met in the middle. But you can see my cheeks are red, and that happens a lot when I've been crying.
Okay, and we can see a little corner of your mouth there. Are you smiling, grimacing, or what?
I am most definitely not smiling.
Okay. And is that a training bra?
It is.
Now, was there a time that you had to switch out of one bra to another?
Yes, so they're trying to maintain the position that, I was in a training bra and shorts, like we didn't, see anything. No, Kathy watched as I got naked because I was changing into clothes for court. That's why there's two different outfits. But this was the same time period. There was no before and after photos.
All right. Let's look at 2604-15. There you are, blue shorts. Now tell us about the shorts. Did you remain in the same outfit during this ordeal?
No, because I was changing into court clothes.
Okay. So which are these, the blue shorts there? That's.
I don't know which outfit I ended up wearing to court, but.
Okay. And then let's look at 2, 3. Oh, no, we're going through these. Let's go through these. And now what is that? What kind of bra is that?
That's a training bra again.
Which came first, the training bra or the those are both training bras?
Both are training bras, correct. They switched them out.
So this wasn't a workout bra or anything? I
No,
don't know that much about
no.
bras. And did you tell them while were they holding you down through much of this?
Yes, and some of the photos you could see their hand, but it looks like the photos are mostly zoomed in, so you can't see their hand placement.
Did you want to leave and get out of there?
Yes.
And were they preventing you from getting out of there?
They were until the photos were completed.
And did you have any control or ability to get out of there?
No,
physically?
because I couldn't walk or stand.
And this was against your will?
Correct.
All right, let's look at 2364, unless there's more of these we want to go through.
That's good.
You got 'em?
That's it. So,
Yeah, I got it. Okay. I wasn't going to cover it, but we will. So let's, what was your relationship with Alicia, the nurse that was in there before this?
So I had seen her before and I recognized her. And I mean, my first encounter with her, I trusted her. I had no reason to doubt her as, a healthcare professional. Actually, here in my care journal, I wrote her name. And the second time I saw her, she was assisting Kathy Beatty in photographing me and changing me in front of Kathy Beatty.
Let's look at 2364009.
that's what that
Is
is.
this it?
This star.
All right, so she's right there. All right. And so how did you react when you saw that Alicia was now one of the people holding you down?
It was another complete breach of my trust.
Did you feel betrayed?
Absolutely. I felt betrayed in that hospital almost every day.
Now, I want to talk for a moment. I think we've gone over the necklace that you still wear. How did you learn about your mom's suicide? And tell us the first time you felt that this may have happened.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting story. So, on the 7th, I'll never forget, January 7th, I couldn't sleep. Again, it was a combination of just pain and, my depression from being isolated from my family. So I was up until 2 in the morning. And I swear to God, I am not making this up. At 2 in the morning, I broke out in tears. I was just crying uncontrollably. And I called the nurse in and I told her, this was a nurse that I actually had a pretty good relationship with. And I told her, I miss my mom. I miss my mom. I love my mom. I want to go home to my mom. Turns out she ended her life.
Was that around that time that
Yeah.
you did? Okay.
That's why I always say that it was really January 8th that she died, not the 7th, because
You
I
felt
just have this feeling that it was then.
You felt it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, how did they go about telling you that your mom was gone?
So I had a visit with my Aunt Wendy, I want to say maybe the day after or so.
Uh-huh.
So this was the 8th now. And something was off with her. And I asked her what's wrong. And she said, I don't know, just something happened earlier today. Sorry. So she didn't end up telling me then. I just enjoyed the rest of my visit with her as usual. And I'm not sure if it was that evening that my dad came in with my brother and Father Jack, but I know it was sometime close to January 8th. And I was sat down on the couch. My dad was I think I was maybe I wasn't in the wheelchair, maybe I was on the couch. My dad may have lifted me and put me on the couch, so I'm not sure about that specific detail. But my dad was right next to me, and right next to my dad was Kyle. In front of me was Father Jack. My dad said he had some bad news. And weirdly enough, the first thing I thought of was they're not going to let me home, or that I was going to be put in foster care. And it turned out to be even worse than that. My mom had died. So I was told that, and immediately after my dad had to leave.
Okay. How long was your family allowed in there to tell you that your mom had passed.
It wasn't a lot of time, if I'm being completely honest. It was actually so unbelievably cruel, the amount of time they allocated for me to spend with my family after hearing such awful news.
So after this now, if your mom was supposed to be the reason why here with this Munchausen thing, and your mom's gone, did they let you go?
Objection. I'd like to approach on this one.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to direct it to disregard the last question. Let me give you an instruction at this time. At the time of Beata Kowalski's death, Maya Kowalski was still under the jurisdiction of the dependency court, and a court order remained in effect continuing Maya Kowalski's stay at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital could not release Maya Kowalski without a court order. You may continue.
To the best of your knowledge, after this, did Johns Hopkins continue to maintain a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And are you aware of how they responded to your mother's suicide internally?
I am. I actually had one-on-one interactions with the nurses. So most of the nurses, when I told them, they would say, "Oh, sorry," and just kind of continue on. And here I am just like crying, no consoling me whatsoever. However, there was one nurse who did, she was extremely kind and compassionate about the whole situation. As a matter of fact, she started crying as well.
So let's publish again 2175-004. I'll ask you whether anyone here at the hospital did either of these doctors ever tell you that they thought it was the right thing for you to lose your mother?
Object to the statement on motion.
It's overruled.
They never directly one-on-one told me, but the fact that they kept me in the hospital and they regularly told me that, you know, my mom was forcing this on me, they felt that their whole narrative that they were maintaining, they felt that it was better that I was without my mom.
And there on the bottom, did they believe that now life was going to be better for you without your mom in it?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
It's sickening, but yes.
And Maya, we'll get into it in a moment. All right. Let's show 1002-001. Publish that. It's in evidence, Your Honor.
If it's in evidence, you may.
Okay. All right. I'll ask you now. I asked you a question before about Munchausen by proxy. If you will look down there at the bottom under the admission diagnosis and then the discharge diagnosis, what is it?
It's fictitious disorder, Stall-Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and conversion disorder.
All right. Now, how long was it before you were able to go home?
I was released on January 13th, and that's why 13 is my lucky number.
Okay. So about, 6 days after your mom?
Correct.
All right, let's show 2528-002 and ask you how things were when you came home. I don't think that's... I think it's 25282 and 3. That is definitely not, and neither is that. I know, and they're not the right ones. This is the
It's
2580. 82. So it's super backwards. All right. So it's 2582002, 2582003. Tell the jury what's happening here.
So this is at the very entrance of my subdivision. I am in one of my dad's friends, but he also went to the same church as us. He helped pick up our stuff and take all our belongings out of the hospital. So I'm in his car, and it's basically the entire neighborhood with balloons welcoming me back home after 3 months.
Okay. And then
3.5 months.
And then let's look at 2582003. Okay.
Yeah, so this is another sign that was part of the homecoming party.
Now, in the car coming home, were you able to hold yourself up?
No.
Can you describe for the jury your condition
Well,
physically?
I was not doing well. I had lesions, discolorations, temperature changes. Now I physically wasn't able to sit up by myself. As I explained earlier, we had to basically start all over from the beginning. I couldn't even open up a bottle cap. I had to have help using the restroom. That included, even later on when I went to friends' houses, I had to have their parents help me, which is extremely humiliating, but it's how my condition was. I can no longer stand up like I did on the walker, like I did previous to entering Johns Hopkins, and my pain obviously was a lot worse.
So, now, what did you decide to do in strike it? What was it like, although we'll get into damages another time, but what was it like coming home to the house after this?
It was very emotional. I remember being wheeled in and having to be pushed to my room because I couldn't wheel myself anymore. I remember, you know how like every house has like a smell? Like when you go into somebody else's house, it smells. It was just like so soothing to like have that familiar like air around me, I guess. I remember my room. It was very different than how I have left it. There was gifts that my dad had to take home from the hospital that I wasn't permitted to have in there. There was 2 notes my mom had written me.
That never made it to you?
No.
And how was it without your mom being there?
I mean, as much as I was happy to be home, I try not to complain, but obviously it wasn't as perfect as I wanted it to be. I wanted her there.
So now you had a decision to make on your recovery. What did you decide to do?
I decided to push forward.
And tell the jury how you did it, what you did.
I didn't consider my circumstances. I considered my God. I didn't consider what I didn't have. I considered the resources and tools I had. I had to shift my entire mindset. It was so hard, but I did it.
And you did it without the use of any ketamine or any other meds?
I did.
And why not? What was your worry if you did?
I was scared that I was going to end up in the same situation I just got out of.
And so, in terms of going to see doctors and so forth during this period to help you, what was your feeling about that?
I didn't want to ever see a medical professional again. Not even my primary care physician that I've seen forever. He's such a lovely guy, and here I didn't ever want to step foot into his office. I didn't want to ever go to a doctor.
How about Agility Fitness? How did they fit into this?
So Agility Fitness, it's like a physical therapy center, and I don't know if he's like the manager or if he owned the place. I don't really know what his title was, but he went to our church. So I trusted him, and he has a really nice family. I've met them all. And that's when I worked with Rachel DeYoung. I previously had some interactions with her, and I really liked her. Mm-hmm. So I worked with her very frequently.
And so how long then, this time, did it take you, how long did it take you to be able to start to transition from wheelchair to crutches?
So it was 6th grade when, so this was the fall, I would say August, middle August. I was able to get up on crutches, and I struggled very much so throughout the school day. I was quite miserable, but I got stronger and stronger every single day. I mean, I truly believe my mom up in heaven really helped with facilitating my recovery, but it was not pain-free. It most certainly was not. It was very hard.
Was it significantly harder than when you had the ketamine and the other meds to help you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Mr. Anderson, within the next 5 minutes, let's find a breaking point.
Yes,
Within
sir.
5 minutes.
Yes, sir. And then, I just have 2 questions. And then, how long did it take you until you were able to start getting off crutches, either the one crutch or completely off of them?
It took about another year. Yeah.
So almost, what, a year and 3/4, 2 years?
It was a little bit more than a year, but yeah, I did it.
All right. Now, again, this was not.
Within 5 minutes. So just, you
Yes,
lead
sir.
us within 5 minutes.
All right. So now, after you had gotten out of the wheelchair and off crutches, did you have a relapse then within a year or so?
I did.
And when was that? The record reflects that
It was 2020.
November of 2020.
Yeah, I know it's 2020. I just forget what month.
All right. So tell the jury about how this came about. What was it that was triggering you or starting it? Did you injure yourself? Or what?
I didn't have a physical injury for this relapse. However, I was having lots of depots during this time, and the stress from litigation really impacted me.
No, we won't talk about that part of it.
But yeah,
all right. Were you still having a great deal of pain at this point?
Yes.
And did you have a stomach issue that came
Again,
about?
yes, I did.
And was this the same type of pain that we talked about before with the gut muscles?
Yes, in a similar way, yeah.
So explain what happened with this.
So I had the burning pain again. I was stressed out, so I wasn't eating so much, but the CRPS pain, once I had that relapse, it just amplified the entire situation. It hurt to eat, and I was falling apart.
Let's publish 2580-001. Did you dye your hair there, or what's that?
No, that's my natural color, actually. It's just the lighting in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And was this during COVID with the mask, or was it just you were in the hospital?
It might have been COVID.
I can't remember when COVID was. All right. And so then let's publish 2580-002. Now,
I apologize, Mr. Anderson. Can you just do with the date of this of the last photo?
sure. This would have been, I don't know that's on there. It would have been in November of 2020.
Yeah, they're all the same time frame.
November 2020 or 2022?
2020.
2020. All right. So, is this you?
Yes.
What's wrong with this picture? Had you lost weight?
Yes, a significant amount.
Is that your collarbone there?
Yes.
How much weight did you lose?
I don't know the number, but it was a substantial amount.
And did you have to have something done to eventually stop this wasting away?
Yeah, so there was a feeding tube placed, and I got sedation for that one. I asked for it, and they had no questions about that. And then my dad helped at home with the feeding treatment, and I only stayed in the hospital for 7 days. I don't know if that's like, but I know it was like a week or less. And they were very understanding of my situation and took care of me.
Let's look at 2580-002. That's you again. And your legs are very thin there.
Yes.
Now, previous to this, had you had a port in for infusions?
I did, yes.
Who put that port in?
John Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Where on your body was the port?
The port was on my right, like under my armpit, kind of. I didn't want it on my chest, so it was placed under my armpit.
Was it for the purpose of ketamine infusions?
Yes, actually, we told the doctors at John Hopkins All Children's Hospital that the purpose of this was for ketamine infusions at Dr. Hannah's office, and they were agreeable to that.
So they performed an operation to help your ketamine infusions?
They did.
Did anyone question whether your mother was committing Munchausen by proxy by getting a port for you?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, they did not question it.
Well, did they question whether you had CRPS before they put a port in?
They accepted the diagnosis.
And how did those doctors treat you?
Those doctors that I encountered at John Hopkins, they didn't question my diagnosis, and they were ready to put the port in because they knew it was necessary for my infusions.
Okay, all right. So again, you are inpatient here. Why?
Mr. Anderson, we really need to take a break. Why don't we just take a break here?
Yeah. You said to keep going, I got going.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Members of the jury, we're going to take an afternoon break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes.
All rise, jurors exiting.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Are there any issues we need to address before we take our break?
Timing-wise, Judge, I would only point out that we do want to reserve some time today, if we can, for a proffer on the issues ruled out. I don't know if we'll get to it, but...
Well, I don't know, but your tomorrow is looking very ambitious. I doubt Ms. Kowalski is going to be finished today.
We'll do our best.
Anything else?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Anything further on your motion that occurred here at the sidebar?
Yes. We again would like to renew our motion for mistrial. This is the 4th time that the plaintiff has suggested to this jury that All Children's was responsible for the separation and the continued separation of Maya Kowalski. Again, this court made very clear to plaintiff's counsel prior to the trial that we were not going to be relitigating Chapter 39 issues. All Children's Hospital has immunity for that. While we appreciate the court's curative instruction, we believe that a mistrial is not only appropriate for the intentional question of that to Ms. Kowalski while she's on the witness stand, but the cumulative nature of this now being, by my count, the 4th time that the plaintiff has suggested to this jury that that All Children's was responsible for both the separation and the continued separation of Maya Kowalski. Yes. Right, and we do have concern based on counsel's comments at the sidebar that this is going to be a continued theme, specifically to his representation to the court that he believes that All Children's has responsibility for Maya's continued hospitalization after her mother's death.
Leaving the last part aside, because that will likely be part of a of a rebuttal. The purpose of the question, as established at the next question, was to point out that instead of changing the diagnosis, they kept the diagnosis, and thus Maya had to continue to stay at the hospital even after learning that the reason why she was there was because of a Munchausen by proxy diagnosis. There was no other reason to leave her there, and yet they continued to maintain the diagnosis, and I corrected that. And the court gave a curative instruction to the extent that there was harm.
I again point out, as I did up here, that there was a court order, and you knew there was a court order, yet you asked the question again. So you've got to stop that, or there will be a mistrial, and there will be sanctions.
I understand, Judge.
Okay. Now, I do, in this particular case, believe that the curative instruction is sufficient to disabuse the jury of any implication that the beginning of that question had. But I just need to be very clear, Mr. Anderson, that needle's starting to shift. It's not there yet, but please don't put me in the position of starting this whole thing over, because I will.
I understand, Judge. It is a bit of a minefield out there, but I will.
Well, this one is very clear. There is a court order. It's not even up to debate. Florida law provides immunity for anything having to do with that, and that's been the subject of many court orders, many discussions for the last several years. Please don't test me on it.
I will not.
Thank you. We'll be in recess. Let's try to take it 10 minutes.
All rise. Court in recess.
Everyone, please be seated. I guess we get to go home now. Before we bring the jury back.
Judge, the only one I wanted to bring about, was I'd like a brief opportunity to discuss again, ask the court to reconsider the friend, Jessica, the one that you saw in the picture. And the reason is that the fact of what happened to Jessica, known to Maya and to Beata, is important for the notice and the emotional effect of knowing that CRPS effectively killed somebody close to them. And so that's the reason for the connection and bringing it in. It's
All I
not to-
rolled on is the photo, and the photo's staying out. So
We have one photo in.
the photo that I ruled out today is the photo that you're asking reconsideration on, and I said no.
No, not so much that, but just being able to ask questions about what happened to her friend.
Again, I only ruled on the photo.
Good point.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Sorry, if you don't.
No, go right ahead.
The problem with this line of questioning is, I'm almost hesitant to say it with a crowded courtroom because we have some information on Jessica's health information that would require a cross-examination of when she died, how she died, whether it was related to procedures in Mexico. And I don't know that anyone here has the authority to be violating another patient's HIPAA rights.
It would be an entirely collateral matter, Your Honor.
That as well.
It goes to the extent of her knowledge, if she knows all of that stuff, but I don't think she does. I think she just knows a friend of hers died of CRPS.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, the photo's not coming in, and I haven't ruled on anything else.
I understand. Just trying to be careful.
We're gonna have to wait and see what the questions are.
I understand. I guess before the jury comes in, if they open the door to this, we're going to be discussing what we understand to be her care and the cause of death, which, you know, but Mr. Anderson can invite that if he wants.
I'm trying to keep it as generalized as I can.
Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back?
Not from the defense.
Let's bring in the jury. Did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And you did not see any media accounts. Is that correct? And no one approached you. Is that correct? Okay, Ms. Beata Kowalski. And just to remind you, you're still under oath, okay? Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Now, Maya, there have been, strike it. Are you continuing to have relapses here and there?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how and why they come about, if you know, and the length of them?
Right. So whether it's from a physical injury or if it's just intense stress or like mental, just like problems with stress or anxiety, it can impact the severity of my relapses.
And are you experiencing stresses in terms of going past hospitals, seeing people that look like people involved in this and so forth?
Yes.
And have you, since the time of being in Johns Hopkins or while you were there, become familiar with the fact that CRPS can be fatal?
Yes.
Does this have any effect on you?
It worries me because I am scared to seek the resources that once had helped me in fear of going back to a situation similar to that of Johns Hopkins. And I've met people who have passed away from CRPS.
And have you tried different activities that you did before all of this happened, before you went into the Johns Hopkins Hospital this time?
Yeah, so there was one instance when I went with my best friend and her brother and also my brother. We went to Ellington, the ice rink, and we just skated around. That was when I was walking, and this was in middle school. But it wasn't until high school that I started to take lessons. I just wanted to try it out, and it's something my mom and I had done together, so I wanted to revisit it. It became too hard. My pain increased. I was falling, and I just didn't want to risk a relapse, so I quit.
And you miss your mom.
Yeah, it's hard.
We'll talk about that a little later. Your witness.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mike.
Hello.
Before we get started, I want to tell you that I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I wanted to just kind of walk you through a few timeline events. You might be able to help us with these. So from the time period let me ask you first about when you first went to All Children's Hospital after you had the event on July 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember whether you were walking or in a wheelchair then?
On July 3rd, so this is like the first time I went in for asthma?
Yeah, so it looks like you went to All Children's the first time on July 6, 2015.
Okay.
First, you had your incident at home on July 3rd, and then you went to Sarasota Memorial Hospital, right? Mm-hmm. And then they took you to All Children's for the pediatric work on July 6th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you were walking or in a wheelchair?
I believe I was walking at the time.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, Clay, if you can put up Joint Exhibit 1007-26. And at the top where it says triage arrival, and it says mobility wheelchair, does this refresh your recollection as to whether you would have been in a wheelchair at that time?
I know they pushed me in a wheelchair. I had weakness of muscles, but at this point in time, it wasn't like I was confined to a wheelchair at home as well. Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Okay. And Clay, you can take that down. Just sort of fast forwarding this a little bit. From that time, around July 6th, 2015, until October 7th, 2016, you were in a wheelchair over that period of time. Is that fair?
I was.
Okay. And just for comparison's sake, I know we'll talk later about your bravery and your perseverance to get on crutches, but you weren't even using crutches during that time period, were you?
No, but I was working my way up to that point.
So sometimes it's easier for me to sort of separate this by school year. For you, fourth grade would have been August 2015 until May 2016, age 9. Is that about right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And you were out of school for that year, correct?
I believe, yes, I was out in fourth grade, yes.
Okay. And then also all of fifth grade from August 2016 until May 2017, you were out of school as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, we got to see some photos of you. Let me ask you about, Clay, do you have access to Joint Exhibit 2530-41?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maya informed me she's a bit hungry. I would just like to have her get this chocolate milk.
It's fine.
And Maya, would you like to take a break while you have a bite to eat?
If it doesn't bother anybody, I could just drink this here, but...
Okay. That doesn't bother me at all. But let me know if you need a break, okay? This picture is dated May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And I think your testimony, you were feeling pretty good at that time?
Correct.
Okay.
I was getting the ketamine infusions, which lowered my pain. Therefore, I was feeling pretty good.
Okay. Clay, if you can pull up Joint Exhibit 1052-16. This, just to represent to you, this is the first note from Dr. Spiegel. He's the one who did the hyperbaric treatment with you.
Okay.
And this note was dictated 4 days earlier on May 17th, 2016. And it notes that your exam had to be cut short due to your inability to be examined. It appears there was a lot of change in your condition back and forth depending on the day. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's the nature of CRPS, and a lot of CRPS patients would report the same.
Okay. So the photo that counsel showed to the jury, you feeling good one day, 4 days earlier, you were in so much pain that the exam had to be cut short. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you about another one. And I remember that counsel showed you that by the end of July, I think it was July 28th, there was a video of you dancing to Meghan Trainor, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at Joint Exhibit 1028-0020. That's in evidence. That's one of the therapy notes. And at the top, it says Daily Note, July 27th, 2018. And this was the therapist that you were working with. Do you see under the current complaints, I guess my question to you, Maya, is this accurate? That the day before you had reported constant whole body pain, greatest in upper extremity and lower extremity?
Is this note the day before of the video?
Yes, the day before.
Yeah, that's accurate. When I went to Dr. Hannah's, normally I had an infusion and therapy, and the infusions did help a lot, my pain.
So, and just so I understand your answer, the day before you were reporting constant pain, whole body pain, greatest in upper extremities and lower extremities, a combination of burning, aching, intermittent stabbing pain, generally exacerbated with movement activities, but the next day you were able to perform the activities that we saw in the video.
Well, again, when I was administered those ketamine infusions, I did feel better after and was able to perform different movements that I wouldn't be able to without the medication.
Okay, so I think that you saw Do you know if you had ketamine infusions between July 27th and July 28th?
I'm not exactly certain on what days, but again, CRPS is very different on different days, and it's very hard to believe, and I understand that, but that's just how CRPS is.
Okay. So the jury heard a couple times, and you've been brave enough to share with us the discussion about the relapse after you were told that you had to go back to school sometime in August. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. In the weeks leading up to going to All Children's, you would agree with me that you were in some of the worst pain of your life. Is that fair?
I was in a lot of pain, but it wasn't comparable to what the pain I was experiencing prior to the prolonged ketamine sedation in Mexico. So yes, I had relapses, and yes, they were very intense and scary still, but it wasn't as bad as how it was before the Mexico trip.
So is your recollection that in the week or so leading up to All Children's and the end of September, early October, that your pain was getting better?
No, I still had pain. I did have the relapse, but that doesn't mean ketamine doesn't work. It's just the disease itself.
Let me show you Joint Exhibit 1040-249. This is from September 29th, 2016, and if you can expand this a little bit, Clay, down on the handwriting. I guess my first question to you, Maya, is that your handwriting or is that your mom's?
That's not my handwriting.
Okay. Do you know if that's your mother's handwriting?
It looks like my mom's.
Okay. If you remember, is what your mother wrote here accurate, meaning another bad night, difficulty sleeping due to pain, 8 out of 10?
Yeah, that would correspond with my relapse at the end of September.
And that you had anxiety and depression, crying and demanding ketamine. Is that accurate with what you remember?
I wanted ketamine because that's what had worked for me in the past. It wasn't like, oh, I need ketamine, right this instant, give it to me. It's more so, I know that works, so I would like to have it.
Okay. At the end of the note it says ketamine was given every 3 hours. Do you know, does that refer to your mom giving you ketamine at home?
My mom did not give me ketamine at home. It was only oral ketamine that was administered at home.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that. The ketamine here, your mom would have given you oral ketamine at home, right?
I don't remember if she did or not, but looking at the note.
Okay. Let me ask you about Joint Exhibit 1040-233. And I think the jury's seen this before, but is this an accurate reflection of what the condition you were in before you went to All Children's? Quality of life, non-functional?
With the relapse, yes. I was staying in bed a lot, and I did feel hopeless because I was getting a lot better, had the relapse, and I really thought I would be able to walk soon, and the relapse happened.
I'm sure it was frustrating. Let me ask you about 1040-234. And again, this is from a little less than 48 hours before you came to All Children's on October 7th. Is this your writing where it says no sleep, pain 24/7, hell on earth?
No, that's not my handwriting.
Okay. The check boxes, are those filled in by you or your mom? Do you know?
I think my mom probably would have filled it out, but she asked me.
Okay. So this would be accurate information based on what you had given your mother on October 5th, fair?
Correct.
Okay. So let me ask you a little bit about some of your time at All Children's, and I'm sure it was tough at times, but let me ask you about some things that you wrote in your journal, which is Trial Exhibit 2364, 005. You had a nurse named Amanda. You wrote a heart behind your name. Do you remember what it was that you liked about Amanda?
Yeah, I put a heart in front of her name. Amanda was pretty sweet to me. I'm not saying that all of the people at Johns Hopkins are bad, because there are certainly some people who had kind hearts, and Amanda was one of them.
Okay. There was an Amanda Cook who was your nurse from October 18th through December 26th. Is that the one that you think you're referring to?
If I'm being honest, a lot of the nurses, they had the same name, so I don't want to say yes just because I'm not for certain.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple others. It's a Trial Exhibit 2364-008, and this is also from your care journal. People you really liked at the hospital. It was a while ago, so let me see if I can help. Do you remember Kaylee, the first one, being Kaylee Gay, a patient care technician?
No, so I have to explain this one a little bit. So in my hospital room, there's a big whiteboard in front of me, and there were names of people who were taking care of me. I just filled out the journal and I put their names in there, and part of the reason that I listed a lot of people was because I thought if they knew I liked them, they would let me go home.
Well, you listed somebody named Barb. That was Barb Flatten. She was your nurse in November. Do you remember what you liked about her?
It's hard to remember. Some of them, they weren't as regular as the other nurses. Like, I remember Amanda and I remember Lindsay, but the rest of them I'm not very familiar with.
Okay. There was one, you put Victoria Pagano. Well, I'll tell you her last name was Pagano. Victoria. She was your respiratory therapist in December. Anything particular you remember that you liked about her?
I'm sorry, I do not remember.
How about Lindsay? She was Lindsay Arenas. She was your bedside nurse in December and January. Do you remember what it was you liked about her?
Yeah, I remember I told her about my mom's passing, and she was very compassionate, and I liked her because she was funny and she was nice to me.
On the next page, Clay, which is Trial Exhibit 2364-009. This continued with the list of people you liked. There's someone named Debbie. I'll let you know there's a nurse named Debbie Bill. She was in the pediatric ICU October 10th, 11th, and 12th. Do you remember what it was that you liked about her?
This would have been a different Debbie then because I did not list anyone from the PICU.
Do you remember who this Debbie was?
I'm sorry, I do not. The nurses, when they wrote their names on the board, it was usually just their first name and then their last initial.
Okay. The Billy, that was Billy, if you remember, was that Billy Cecil, your physical therapist?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Billy Cecil gave you 19 physical therapy sessions between October 9th, 2016 and January 4th, 2017. Do you remember what it was you liked about it?
I remember like little snippets of our therapy sessions. Again, most of these people I just listed names because I was trying to get out of the hospital, and I'm 10, so I'm thinking if they think I like you, then I'll get out.
Beneath that is Alicia, and we talked about she was the one that was with Kathy Beatty when the photos were taken, right?
Yes.
And then below that is someone named Nicole. She was another nurse in the pediatric ICU. Do you think that was her, or do you think
It was a different one for certain, but I'm not sure. I don't remember Nicole, but I don't remember listing anyone from the PICU.
Okay. There's a Sylvia. Do you remember who that Sylvia was?
I do. I had her on a few occasions. We didn't really talk much, but she was friendly.
Do you remember, she was your nurse for about 14 shifts from October through December 27th? Does that seem right?
That seems about right.
Okay. And I think you told us about a nurse named Sam that you also liked?
Yes.
Okay. There was, let me ask you about trial exhibit 2364-11. You were asked about the things you liked while you were at All Children's, and you listed good nurses. We talked about, I think, 11 of them, but you mentioned good doctors. Do you remember which doctors you liked?
Again, I just listed that in hopes of getting out. You have to remember the hospital is the one who gave me this My Care journal. It wasn't something I had brought from home. And I was under the impression that they were going to be reading it after I completed it. So I thought if I made them out to seem good, then they would consider releasing me back to my family.
You listed RJ's Activity Center. Do you remember what you liked about going to RJ's?
Yeah, that's where I met the girl Natalie.
What types of activities did you do in RJ's?
There were arts and crafts activities, and then at one point there were these, I call them the bead ladies, because they would physically come up to the room and help you make bracelets. I actually made some for my mom.
During your hospitalization, you did receive sacramental rites, correct?
At a certain point, yes.
Okay. You received sacramental rites from not just your outside from your father at your church, but you also received them from Father Coover at All Children's. Do you remember that?
Would that be Tom is his first name, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I knew him, Father Tom, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I use his last name. I apologize.
It's all good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, okay. Father Tom also administered on more than one occasion sacramental rites while you were at All Children's, right?
Yes, I think it was like once or twice. But I just wanted to say the first time he came, he did not give me the sacrament, actually. It took, I think, about like a month until I was actually able to receive the body of Christ. And then he told me some things about his past, so I didn't end up seeing him again.
Okay. The records I have show that you received sacramental rites at least twice from Father Tom. Does that seem accurate too?
Well, the first time he didn't show up with it. It was only the second time. So I did see him on 2 occasions, but it was only one occasion that I actually received the sacrament.
If we could go to Joint Exhibit 1001-1834. And at the bottom, the comments section. At least according to this, it said that Father Tom had visited you on both Saturday and Sunday and provided the sacramental rites on at least 2 of those occasions. Does that help refresh the time period for you?
Honestly, I am certain that it took at least a couple of weeks before I received the body. I know that for certain. I know that I visited with him, and again, the first time he didn't have it, but it did take some time.
During your hospitalization, you had the chance to nominate a nurse for a Daisy Award. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's a Daisy Award?
I think it's just like an award that you give to a nice nurse. You write somebody's name down.
Okay. Let me show you exhibit. Actually, this is not in evidence yet. So if I could hand it to the witness. May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But show it to Mr. Anderson first.
That would be good.
on the second page of the exhibit, Maya, maybe you could help me with your handwriting and tell me what you wrote about your nomination. Well, first, who did you nominate for a Daisy Award?
It was that Lindsay I said earlier that was nice.
And what were your reasons for nominating Nurse Lindsay for a Daisy Award?
I could take the word nice, I see. Sorry, it's going to take me a minute to read this handwriting. I know it's my own, but it's very messy.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, I said fast and super nice. The reason I mentioned fast was that in the PICU, if you remember, Ashley Sumner, she would always yell at me to wait to use the restroom. So when nurses actually took the time to answer my call and take me to the restroom, I was very appreciative of that. And then she was nice. She didn't yell at me. And actually the example I used here was I used the bathroom or anything. She will come as fast as possible. It's actually quite sad that that's what I appreciated, because I feel like that should be standard for every patient, even in the PICU.
Let me ask you a little bit about the photographs. Are you aware that the photographs that we showed, the ones that were taken before you could go to court, you remember those?
Yes.
You are aware that there were a second set of photographs taken after you returned from court to document the differences?
The truth is, I feel like I would have remembered that, and I don't have any recollection of a second set of photos being taken of me.
So at least as you sit here today, you don't remember whether two sets of photos were taken, but it's entirely possible there were two sets. Is that fair?
I really don't think there is two sets. There was only one set taken, Kathy and Alicia. I remember a group of doctors coming into my room and asking if I would be ready for the second set, and I told them, no, I don't want to, and they didn't do it.
Okay. And I guess the reason I ask is the photos that the jury were shown, do you know whether those were all taken at one time or whether they in fact reflect photos taken before court and photos taken after?
To my recollection, it was that one set. I was changing from my pajamas to a court outfit.
And I guess you wore a dress to court, if you remember.
I think my uncle may have brought a dress or something, yes.
So let me transition a little bit with you after you got out of All Children's, okay? And we all had the chance to meet Rachel DeYoung, your therapist?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like from a time frame, and you would be finishing sixth grade, although doing it virtually, from January 2017, when you were out of All Children's, until August 2017. What you did to make your recovery was physical therapy, and that was it. Fair?
No, I did the warm water therapy as well, and I believe I was seeking counseling at the time to help with coping with my mom's passing as well as my disease.
So from that period of time, January through August of 2017, physical therapy, warm water therapy, and cognitive therapy with grief counseling. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that plus your courage to work through the pain was able to get you to a point that from the time of your discharge from All Children's in January, that by the time school started in August, which would now be going into sixth grade, that you were able to get out of the wheelchair and be on crutches. Is that right?
I was on crutches, yes.
Okay. From that time that you shed your wheelchair, you haven't had to use it again for ambulation. Is that fair?
No, but again, I still have pain. There's days where I literally stay in bed all day, and it's not just a single day. I'm talking days on end.
So seventh grade comes around, and that would be August 2018 through May 2019, okay? Mm-hmm. You were off crutches by that summer, correct?
Correct.
And then, if I recall, what you told me was you actually went back into seventh grade and picked phys ed as an elective.
Yes, so sixth grade, it was required that I take it, which was weird because I was on crutches, but I just did physical therapy exercises up on the stage. And then seventh grade, I did start PE because, you're walking. It's like the first time you've ever walked in such a long time. Obviously, the first thing you want to do is play.
So if I understand what you're telling the jury, by eighth grade, you were participating in phys ed with no restrictions, correct?
Not with no restrictions. There were tests that we had to do, physical tests that I think the county is just required to do. One of the tests is running a mile, which seems really it doesn't seem very difficult, but I was unable to do it because of an asthma flare-up. And as well as I didn't have the physical ability at that time, even though I was able to walk, it doesn't mean I could run for long distances, like a mile.
By eighth grade, you were fully participating in all sports, true?
Well, not all the sports. I was like figure skating or gymnastics or ballet, but in I don't think I took PE in eighth grade. I think it was just seventh.
In the eighth grade, you were president of the choir?
I'm sorry, what was that?
President of the choir.
Yes.
And you were president of Students Against Drunk Driving?
Students working against tobacco.
Okay. I gotcha. SWAT. You were National Junior Honor Society?
Yes, I was the president of that.
You were back scuba diving?
I believe so, yes. I got my scuba certification.
Okay. And you don't recall having any CRPS flare-ups in the 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, correct?
Nothing to a point where I wasn't able to walk or anything, but it's not fair to say that I didn't have pain, because I definitely did, and my dad heard a lot of that.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason I ask is because when we had a chance to talk, and I had asked you whether you had any flare-ups in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, you had told me no. Is that true?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not a flare-up to the point where I couldn't do anything, but I did still have pain.
And and this was, the time period of 8th grade would have been August 2017 August 2017 to May 2018, and then August 2018 to May 2019 would be 7th grade, and then August 2019 to May 2020 would be 8th grade, right?
Yes.
And then just to get a sense of your workout routine, the recovery that you were able to make, by August 28th, 2020, you had talked to me a little bit about your workout routine. Do I recall correctly that you were getting up around 4:30 in the morning for your workouts?
Yeah, so at the time, I still struggled with sleep and everything, so I woke up early anyway. It's just like an internal alarm clock. So I thought I would use that time, because I was in school, I would use that time to work out, and then I would go to bed as early as I can following school. But I was really dedicated to keeping my strength and maintaining my muscle tone.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like by then, through your dedication to this and the recovery, you were able to do about 5.5 miles every morning.
I did about 5 laps, but I don't think the entire circle is a mile. It's a little bit less. I don't know the exact.
May have been closer to 4 miles every morning.
Yeah.
And you were also able to do high intensity interval training as well.
Right, but not for prolonged periods of time. Again, it was just, challenging myself.
And then unfortunately in August 2020, it looks like you broke your finger playing sports.
I did. I caught a football in a weird way.
Okay. It's happened to all of us. So you had surgery to repair your broken finger, is that right?
I got a pin placed.
Okay. And fortunately, that did not cause any CRPS flares or relapse, correct?
Correct. So not every injury is going to bring on a CRPS relapse. It's just not the nature of it. Some people are more sensitive, but for me, there's been times I've been injured, and there's been times I've endured stress and haven't had a relapse, and that's normal too.
And so, again, on the calendar, from the period of time from when you came out of All Children's in January of 2017 until this time when you talked about the broken finger in August 2020, the only medications that you were taking were Flonase and Claritin. Is that fair?
Well, I was discharged with about 14 at All Children's Hospital, so I took those until they weren't prescribed anymore. And then slowly I was weaned off of pretty much everything. And it's like different medications. I have one for sleep that I didn't mention, and that's my bad.
Okay, so for the period after you finished the medications that you were discharged with from All Children's, that period of time, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, the medications that you were taking would have been for allergies and to help sleep. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about returning to figure skating. You mentioned doing a jump called a salchow. What's that?
It's a special kind of jump. I really can't explain it in terms that would like make sense, but I was working on it, yeah. This was in high school.
Okay. Is it like where you drop your skate into the ice and flip in the air, or?
You do pick your toe into the ice, and then you do a little twirl in the air.
Okay. You won a skating competition?
I was against like 5-year-olds, if I'm being completely honest. It's so embarrassing, but my skill level was not of that it used to be.
Well, you got to take credit for it. You won a competition. Okay. Fast forwarding to high school, by 2022, you were a sophomore in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're still doing physically better in 2022 than you were before you went into All Children's. Is that fair?
Yes, I didn't have an active relapse at the time.
Okay. And then 2023, you would have finished at the end of the summer, your junior year in high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you got a job at Cracker Barrel?
I did, yes.
And then it looks like, you in general, you're going to the gym about 5 days a week?
I tried my best, but most of it was just walking on the treadmill. And then when I started working, I didn't go to the gym as much.
Okay. And then in terms of medications, again, in your junior year, it looks like you were taking Claritin, Flonase, a sleep aid, and seeing a doctor for eczema. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about some photos, and I'm just going to approach, if these are not in evidence yet, but I was just going to ask about some authentication.
Show them to Mr. Anderson first, please.
Yes, sir.
Just for authentication, is what I understand.
Yes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maya, at the bottom of the photos, there's those things you've probably gotten used to. They're like exhibit numbers. You see? Okay.
Yeah.
The first one is exhibit 001. Do you know when that photo was taken?
I don't know the exact date, but it was fairly recent.
Do you know if that was part of the People magazine photo shoot?
It was.
Okay. What about photo 002?
Yes.
Was that also part of the People magazine photo shoot?
Yes.
And what about 003? Do you know when that was taken?
It was also part of that.
What about 007? Just skipping ahead a couple.
Yep. That's not part of that shoot. This was taken at a different time.
Okay. Do you know approximately when that photo was taken?
I have the date in my phone, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Okay. What about 008?
That was part of the People magazine.
Okay. What about 009?
That was in New York at the Tribeca Film Festival. I don't know the exact date again. I don't want to make a mistake.
Okay. May I retrieve the documents, Your Honor?
You may.
Have you seen Dr. Barr as a patient since you were discharged from All Children's?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about Dr. Spiegel? Have you seen him since you've left All Children's? And just, I'm sure it's hard to remember everything. He was the one who did the hyperbaric oxygen treatments.
No, I haven't. Again, I'm very afraid of going to doctors, and unfortunately, I think it's a fear I'm going to be living with.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the end?
I said, unfortunately, I think it's going to be a fear I'll be living with.
One moment, Your Honor. Famous words, last question. Tough one. When we last spoke, you were telling me you were thinking Duke or Florida State. Have you narrowed it down?
I have not. Now, I think my options have even gotten bigger. I'm thinking about, I don't know, maybe New York.
Any particular college or field of study? My kids hate when I ask that, but I got to do it too.
No, not yet. I'm keeping my options open.
Okay. Best of luck to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Henderson.
We could pull up 101, 1001, 1930, please. Now, I am through these different notations they had you make on your, what was it called? The My Plan.
My special care journal.
All right. They gave that to you.
Correct.
And they were pretty insistent that they wanted you to fill that out?
Yes, the nurse who gave it to me before, so I went to her and I was complaining that I haven't seen my mom and I haven't been able to talk to her, and she suggested that I write a note to my mom, so she came back with a special care journal.
But at the same time that they were trying to get you to talk about them in a good light, you were telling them that you are in too much pain and you hate this hospital. Is that right?
Sustained.
That's very true. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
At this same period of time, if you look down here to this note right next to the bottom, did the hospital document how you were truly feeling about them?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up then 100-0313. 1001-0313. Okay, this is from November 5th, and here you are telling them what? That you want to go home, and you did not want to participate in rec activities?
Your Honor, again, we object to the reading of the question.
Sustained.
What, if anything, were you telling them about your desire to be there and to do this stuff?
Well, I know from experience that physical therapy that I've had in the past, like very intensive and not at my pace and tailored to my needs, actually ends up hurting me as well as my CRPS.
Let's pull up 1001-0510. It's 1001, isn't it? Okay. And if we can scroll down. And what did you tell them, as documented in this note, about what your stay was like?
Could I have 1 second to read it first?
Yep.
Okay. This definitely accurately depicts my mindset at the time. You know, everything that I thought they were doing was hurting me, and even though I was telling them what the right course of action could be, they were not willing to listen and instead actually laughed at me. There's an instance where a doctor literally laughed in my face.
Well, while they were documenting you saying this in their records, did it appear almost like they had a plan to develop evidence that you really did secretly like them? What, if anything, did it appear they were trying?
I'm sustaining the objection.
she's Catholic is fine, but going into all of her background and the last time and all that, I don't understand how that would be relevant.
There's been a lot of discussion about Catholicism. I think those are fair game questions. Next would be red number 8. You mentioned being denied communion, fear of contamination. Did your priest offer to use or bless the products to accommodate DCF needs? Did they provide hermetically sealed wine or juice and wafer for communion? Next question. I think the word is relevance to Lent. Did the chapel shown have a tabernacle? Did you ever see the Eucharist? Next question. You mentioned that, quote, most, end quote, of the things your dad gave you had to be reviewed. What things were not required to be reviewed by Miss Beata? Miss Beatty, I should say. Next question. How did you become aware of diagnosis after your mom passed? You didn't find this info out as a patient, right? Here is those questions.
That's it. You're writing books?
Right, that's my concern. So we do object to question number 3 because it blurs the lines between what was ordered to be reviewed by DCF versus what Miss Betty would have had discretion over. And I'm afraid by the asking of that particular question, we could be inviting a witness to speculate on the distinction, especially one who would have no knowledge of it outside what she's learned during the legal process. I mean, the orders would speak for themselves.
Well, then question 1 also mentions DCF needs to object to that one also.
Well, the only reason I don't is because it clearly says DCF, where the other one mentioned Kathy Betty without the layer. So anyway, I'm making the objection to number 3 if you are making the objection to 1. That's up to you, sir.
Because it insinuates that DCF is the one keeping out the
Yeah,
waivers.
I agree with number 1. That's way too complex into the DCF thing based on the court's rulings, but the rest of them are fine.
What's your position on number 3?
Sorry, I should remember all these. I think I understand it.
Well, the defense has objected to number 3, so what?
I think it's fine.
So you're opposed. You are okay with the question being asked?
Yeah. Was there any stuff that she was able to get? I think the answer is going to be no. But
I'm going to sustain the objection with respect to question number 3. And Mr. Anderson has objected to question number 1. What's the defendant's position as to number 1?
Yeah, I think number 1's proper because it clearly delineates that who was responsible for products coming in with regard to DCF. So
one says DCF, one says BD, so if one's objectionable, the other's objectionable.
I'm going to sustain the objection with respect to number 1. Neither 1 nor 3 are going to be allowed. 2 and 4 okay, but not 1 and 3. 2 more pages. Number 9. Red number 9 in the top left. Clarification in 2020 when you had a relapse and in the hospital I don't understand what that word is. Were you in J Hatch and was another port installed, or was this a prior port? And then the second question, did Kathy Beatty console you when your mother passed, or even say she was sorry for your loss? And I'm going to underline in red the one where I couldn't see, I couldn't make out.
I think they mean approximately. Approximately, I think.
I believe the question reads, clarification, in 2020 when you had a relapse and in the hospital approximately 1 week, were you in JHACH, question mark, and was another port installed, or was this a prior port?
I think they put a P instead of an X, but I think they just boxes.
I don't think it's objectionable particularly.
Okay, so you think that translation of that word is approximately?
I believe so.
Okay.
Judge, wait a minute.
We do object to number 2 as a statement of remorse.
It goes exactly to the causes of action. No.
Well, let's have one person talk at a time. Let's hear the defense objection first.
The defense objection, statement of remorse in 403.
This, well known as a party admission, but also we have the tort of outrage on 2 different levels, and it goes to exactly how Beatty was treating her even in times of the worst emotional outbursts, not outbursts, but emotional levels that she could have. And so the juror wants to know whether Beatty's...
I'm going to overrule the objection, and I will ask the question. Last page. Looks like only one question on this one. Do you know if you discontinued use of opioids that you were prescribed the times of the alternative treatments, parentheses, ketamine treatment in Mexico, hyperbaric chamber, etc.?
I'm not sure I understand that one. Oh, okay.
Oh, I think it's like, do you know if you discontinued use of opioids that you were prescribed the times of the alternative treatments? I mean, I think during the times.
Yeah, it's an either-or
operating.
question. They want to know whether there was, I think she was,
No objection.
that she stopped opioids like 6 months before.
I think it's missing a comma is the confusion.
Something, yeah. Or during
Okay.
treatment, but
I'll ask it and see what happens. Anything else before we bring the jury back?
we just have 30 seconds to conclude it.
Sure. And someone can bring back Ms. Kowalski. Yes, ma'am. It looks like the plaintiff's lawyers are ready. Are the defense lawyers ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Kowalski, I'm going to remind you, you're under oath, but I'm going to do that in front of the jury. Okay, thank you.
Jurors entering.
Fresh legal pads and fresh pens. Everyone, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not see any media coverage. And you've not been approached by anyone. And that you did not discussed this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Okay. And Ms. Kowalski, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
And so the jury is aware, since I didn't have the white noise machine on, we did ask Ms. Kowalski to step outside, so she did not hear the discussion I had with the lawyers. And I am able to ask almost all of them, but there's a few that I cannot ask. Okay, we're going to start. You stated documentation shows additional photos of Maya Kowalski were taken upon Maya's return from court, before and after photo documentation. Are you aware if there are any after photos in your medical records at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
To my knowledge, the photos weren't even entered into the medical records, so there's no proof of, as far as I'm concerned, of a second set of photos.
Did the jury hear correctly? The series of photos before court are not in your medical record. Please clarify.
Yes, so when I talked to Kathy Beatty, I asked for her to only put them into the medical records because it was my understanding that that was a secure place where only doctors can access that, as opposed to anyone who had access to the camera that they took the photos on. She told me that she had put them there, but as of last weekend, I figured out that that was not the case, and I was infuriated because she made it seem like she was entering them into the medical base.
The next question. During your stay at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, you were at some time not able to view TV and only have a ticking wall clock was available to you. While you were at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, did the staff inquire if they could assist you in any way, such as adjusting the TV channel, the volume, bringing an item closer or farther, adjust your bed? And this is excluding the 48-hour period.
Gotcha. So this was during the PICU where I wasn't allowed, well, I didn't have access to the TV. So I really just sat there and watched the clock, and it was extremely depressing. I did have the call button, but for a nurse to not even want to assist me to use the restroom, it was highly doubtful that she would go out of her way to turn on the TV. She was very aggressive with her answers about me using the restroom, and most of the time she declined. Therefore, I didn't want to waste my request on pleasure activities like watching TV versus necessities like using the bathroom.
When it comes to, quote, creature comforts, end quote, were you made to feel comfortable, or were you made to or just felt that you were in a hostile place?
The creature, is that about the stuffed animals, I would assume?
I'm assuming it would include stuffed animals, but any sort of creature comforts that would make you feel comfortable.
Okay, so there was a point where my dad was able to bring some of my stuffed animals at home, and those did provide me comfort, but obviously I would prefer my family there.
As hospitals may, and this is if you know, as hospitals may and do use both colors and even symbols to identify patient conditions and status treatments and restrictions, are you aware of any photos that may reveal these placards on your room?
So my dad, I don't believe, was allowed to take photos of things outside of the room because of, it might have been a HIPAA violation to other patients in adjacent rooms. It was just standard protocol, I guess. But again, I did see the name tags of other patients there, and they looked very different. So they had stickers on theirs, but it was like stickers of princesses or trucks, but mine were circular, solid-colored stickers. And again, I asked what they meant, and they wouldn't tell me.
Okay. The next question from the jury. You stated Dr. Kornberg recommended first boots to straighten feet, and if that failed, then surgically breaking and setting your feet straight. First, on that line, you said the boots were tried, but failed. Is that correct?
Yes, because the dystonia only advanced. As there was more agitation of the nerves, it just got worse.
Did your dad, Jack Kowalski, or your mom, Beata Kowalski, or you agree to boots?
We did agree to trying the boots. Even I agreed at the time because I did not know I had CRPS and I didn't know that it would ultimately hurt me. They were painful, but I wasn't against trying it.
It seems the surgical remedy was not done. Do you know why the surgery was not done?
I know my parents immediately, when that statement left Dr. Kornberg's mouth, they objected to that. They didn't think that was the right course of action, and they wanted to wait.
And the balance of the questions I cannot ask. Okay, the next sheet. I'm not asking Ms. Kowalski these questions, but members of the jury, there's been another request about dates relative to the court orders, and I will, in the future, get that to you. I promise. Okay, the next series of questions. How long did Dr. Kirkpatrick spend with you before issuing the CRPS diagnosis?
It was multiple hours, and this stays true with all of the doctors I've seen for a full examination of CRPS. I would argue it was about, I know it was, most of them, it was around the range of like 5 full hours. And not only did they just do the examination, but they also spoke to my parents about the symptoms and me individually as a patient.
Was this the same day, i.e. the date he issued the CRPS diagnosis, was this the same day that you met him?
I believe so, yes.
You said that ketamine was effective. It must have been a relief to experience some relief. Did you find that as the effects wore off, that the contrast made it more painful?
That's a good question. I think I was so used to pain at the point, and I was so used to it coming back that I didn't really notice, I don't think the contrast itself made it worse because I've experienced the contrast pain before as well, if that makes sense. So I was familiar with the pain. I don't think the contrast itself made it worse. I think it was just whether there was a trigger involved that made my CRPS worse, or if it was just a matter of the drug not working as long as we would have liked it to.
You mentioned in your testimony that you had open dialogue about treatment and that your parents did not pressure you. Can you describe a treatment you discussed? How did you articulate that as a child, and what specifically did you turn down?
So this would align more with the whole Mexico treatment situation. The doctor spoke to my parents first about whether they were considering that as an option. And then the doctor spoke with me individually to just check and see how I felt after explaining all the risks. Obviously, he dumbed it down a little bit to a level a 10-year-old could understand, so I can make an informed decision. And again, because of the pain, with it being so terrible, I decided to go forth with it, and my parents listened to me and ultimately decided to make the trip.
Dr. Cantu mentioned that even touching a CRPS patient could result in lesions. Has that happened for you at all?
So every CRPS patient is different. For me personally, my CRPS wasn't a thing for me. It's something I haven't noticed. I did have lesions, but they didn't sprout from just a touch.
Now, the next question in that series I cannot ask, but the following question is, please elaborate how you overheard the nurse speaking to your mom. Where were you standing? Why were you there? And how did you know it was your parent?
So I learned about that conversation. I wasn't actually near the nurse or I actually don't even know who it was, but I know it was somebody at the hospital because my mom had called the hospital itself. I learned about the conversation through an audio that I listened to.
Describe how opioids make you feel.
I honestly don't really remember the feeling of like opioids. I know I took them initially early on, but they didn't do anything for my pain at the time. I didn't notice, there's nothing notable about them that I could pick out and tell you, and I apologize. It was a really long time ago. But I know that the ketamine worked, and I know the opiates didn't.
Next question is, are you Catholic?
Yes, so it's a little interesting. So I grew up Catholic, and after my mom passed, I became a little less religious just because I didn't really understand how God could take someone from my life so important, but eventually I came back to my faith, and I understand that was just part of my grieving process.
Do you carry a rosary?
I have one in my pocket.
When was your last Mass?
I actually haven't gone to church in a while, and I'll explain that. I used to go to Epiphany Cathedral. It's in Venice, and the four of us have gone as a family, my mom, Kyle, my dad, and I. We did go back multiple times after her passing, but it's just very difficult because you get looks from people, and they know that your mom's not there, and it just doesn't feel right without her. There's a lot of activities like that, and that's part of the reason I stopped skating as well.
When is your last confession and communion?
Last communion, that was more recent. I don't have the date on that, but someone came to my house, and this is kind of weird, but my grandma, she's very Catholic. She lives in Illinois. She'll send me communion through the mail from her church, and it's blessed and whatnot, and I'll take that. Confession, I have not had confession in a minute, and again, that's because it's at the same church I used to go to with my mom.
The next page of questions, I'm only going to be able to ask 2 of the 4 on this one. The question, relevance to Lent. Did the chapel shown have a tabernacle? Did you ever see the Eucharist?
So there was at one point where I was given the Eucharist. It was, that's when I was talking about the body, it was a month after the priest had come and visit me, but I didn't see a place in the chapel. I don't know how to say that, but the big word that you just said, it was not in that chapel, no.
How did you become aware of diagnosis after your mom passed?
Diagnosis of...
I'm just reading the question.
Yeah, you're good. Trying to think of what diagnosis that could be in reference to.
Did you find out a diagnosis as a patient while you were as a patient?
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I got it. So it was only after I had left the hospital that I was able to review the medical records, and that's when I saw the conversion disorder and fictitious disorder. When I was in the hospital, I just had to assume that's what... I didn't know the technical term because I've never heard of such a thing before, but the way that they were treating me, I knew that they thought I was making it up. So I knew whatever they thought was going on, it was a disorder in which I was making it up. And then when I reviewed the medical records, I was finally able to attach a name to what they were thinking.
Okay. The next question is a clarification. In 2020, when you had that relapse and you were in the hospital for approximately 1 week, were you at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No, I believe the name of the hospital is Arnold Palmer in Orlando.
Was another port installed, or was there already a prior port?
So there was no port, I just had the nose tube.
Did Kathy Beatty console you when your mom passed?
She did not touch me or anything. She just said she was sorry, and she said she had another patient to see and left the room. That was probably the only time I saw her not really wanting to stay in the room.
Given the answer, I'm not going to ask the balance of that question. Okay, the last question from the jury. Do you know if you discontinued use of opioids that you were prescribed the times of alternative treatments, such as the ketamine treatment in Mexico or the hyperbaric chambers, etc.?
Yeah, I think there was some testimony about after CAN2, there was no need for any opioids because the treatment had worked so well that my doctors at home who were comfortable prescribing them, they decided to stop prescribing them because of my progress.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, any follow-up?
Take it then that Ms. Beatty actually did not stay to try to console you and make you feel better.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you I'm sorry, one more time?
Kathy Beatty did not hang around to console you, make you feel better. She just said, "I'm sorry," and left.
Yes.
You were asked about creature comforts, and I think you were talking about your dad bringing you stuffed animals. The question might have been, did the hospital give you creature comforts, make you feel comfortable?
I do not recall. I know I did arts and crafts and such, but nothing, I don't know. They did not give me any stuffed animals or anything like that. Those were all from home.
And then there was a question about the surgery to break your legs. Have you learned enough now about CRPS to know whether going in with someone who has CRPS, breaking their legs, then trying to pin them back would have any beneficial effect?
That would not be beneficial whatsoever, no.
Let's see. And as to Dr. Kirkpatrick, now, did he follow you for several weeks, months after the first visit?
I believe we kept in touch with him, yes.
All right. And did he continue to keep up with how your symptoms were doing? In other words, was it helping or not?
Yeah, the improvements, especially after Mexico. He was one of the first people to know.
Well, I think the jurors are wondering, did Dr. Kirkpatrick continue to mentally challenge the CRPS diagnosis such that, if things didn't clear up or got worse, maybe it wasn't CRPS?
Object to the leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was Dr. Kirkpatrick sure it was CRPS, and why?
He was sure it was CRPS because of his in-depth examination, his observations, and the symptoms that aligned. I mean, there were so many questions I had to answer, and then he also questioned my parents. And he's seen a bunch of patients before, both pediatric and adult, so he was really good at identifying that. His whole place is a research institution as well, so he really understands CRPS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Defense, any follow-up? Oh, sorry.
There's some confusion on the timing of the port for the infusion port, and I ask it in a strange order because I was asking it with the Arnold Palmer. Just reminded me. In any event, was the port that you were testifying to that was involved with the infusions of the ketamine in the spring of 2016 as opposed to, well after at Arnold Palmer?
The port was placed after Kirkpatrick, after Cantu, but before Hannah, or around the time of Dr. Hannah.
And it was to facilitate the ketamine infusions?
Yeah.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yes, and that's what we told the doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and they installed it.
Now are we finished?
I believe so.
Defense, anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor. Maya, just on the photos, there's the two sets that you were asked about. Again, do you know, if you recall, whether one was taken before you went to court and one was taken after?
Objection, asked and answered, and proper predicate.
Okay. Overruled, you can answer it.
Again, to my recollection, it was just one set of photos. I really don't remember the second set being taken.
You were asked about when you learned about certain diagnoses. Do you remember whether your parents shared with you what the diagnosis was coming from Lurie Children's Hospital?
I know that they recommended me for intensive PT, and that's what we did. I had heard that other doctors in the past have thought that it may be in my head, but they never confirmed the diagnosis.
Okay, and I guess that's the reason I'm asking you. I'm sure, you've had a lot of growing up to do throughout this trial, talk with Mr. Anderson. I don't want to know about that. But back then in 2015, were you told about what all of the diagnoses were coming out of Lurie Children's? Did your parents tell you that?
Again, I knew as much as I did. I knew that they weren't entirely sure, and I know that they may have believed that there was a psychiatric component. However, there wasn't.
How about from Tampa General, when you left Tampa General in around end of August 2015, did you know either from the doctors or from your parents what their diagnoses were?
I know Bonnie Rice, the nurse, she suspected conversion disorder.
Okay. And just last couple questions. Do you recall that there was so your bed in the pediatric ICU, we use the word PICU, but PICU, your bed in the pediatric ICU had a call light with a remote control to your TV, right?
I know of the call light, yes.
Okay. It also contained a remote control for you to watch TV.
I believe those were separate.
Okay. You had access to a TV in the pediatric ICU.
There was a TV, yes.
And there was a TV that you could access with remote control in the EEG monitoring room?
I'm having a hard time remembering that one, but I know about the PICU.
Okay. If I represented to you that you had a TV with a remote control in the EEG room, would you have any reason to dispute it?
Well, I know that there were TVs in the rooms, but it just depends on how far away the remote was from my bed.
Okay. Do you remember that the remote control to the TV was with the same paddle as the call light?
I remember on floor 7, yes.
Okay. And whether it was the same in the EEG room, you don't remember one way or the other?
I don't.
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Members of the jury, do you have any further follow-up questions? So we're finished with questioning. Okay, members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for us to call it a day. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. I'm going to want the jury coming back in at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Okay.
All rise for the next exam.
Thank you. The jury's out of our presence. Everyone, please be seated. My understanding, Mr. Anderson, you wanted to do a proffer?
That is correct.
Okay, so the court reporter should just mark the transcript that this is the beginning of a proffer.
May it please the court.
Maya, do you recall a time at Johns Hopkins Hospital when a doctor came in and made you feel uncomfortable?
Yes, I do.
And approximately how far into your stay did this happen?
To my understanding, it was fairly early on. I want to say October. So it was in the beginning-ish.
And you've subsequently seen a note by Dr. Katzenstein, the psychologist there, that documented it, meaning it had to happen before that.
Correct. I confided on her a few days after about the incident that occurred at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
All right. And the record reflects that was October 17th or 18th. So now, tell us what happened on that day, beginning with approximately what time of the day was it?
I want to say it was a little bit after the morning because typically I had PT in the morning. I don't remember if I had PT during this time, but I know that it was light outside regardless. And this doctor, he opened up the door, and typically with a doctor, there's either multiple doctors accompanying the physician that walked in or maybe nurses. He walked in alone, which struck me as odd, but I didn't question it at the time.
You were 10.
Exactly. I didn't really know how it's supposed to go. I've been to hospitals before, but I just assumed maybe this is normal.
What happened?
He shut the door. Then he came over to the left side of my bed, and he bent down a little bit and asked if he could take a peek. I did not answer him because I was waiting for further elaboration, so I paused, I didn't say anything, hoping that he would get the idea, tell me more. Instead, he removed my covers, he pulled down my pants, he looked at my private area, then he proceeded to pull up my pants, and he then quickly said, "Thank you," and left the room.
So there was no chaperone?
There was no chaperone, no. I know that for certain.
And he physically touched you as he was pulling down your pants and then underwear?
Correct, because I cannot do that by myself.
And the amount of time he spent staring or looking at your private parts, was it longer than what a doctor you would normally think if someone was to do that?
Sorry, Your Honor, I apologize. I object to the leading and the speculation.
Overruled.
Well, I've never had anything like that happen to me before, so it was unusual, period, especially because he did not ask for my consent. After he left the room, I just hysterically started crying. I had no one to tell. I had no phone calls with my mom. I didn't really feel comfortable telling my dad in the presence of my brother, so I told that doctor.
All right. And can you describe who it was? Strike it. At this age, you had yet to reach puberty, right?
Correct.
So you had never had an exam down there?
No, never.
So did you have any idea what he was doing?
No, I was very confused, and I was confused on why I was feeling so uncomfortable about it, because I've never heard of something like that happening, and honestly, I was ashamed because I didn't think it was, I felt like I shouldn't be complaining or I shouldn't be feeling this certain way. It wasn't that big of a deal. But the fact that it made me feel that way and the fact that I still think about it to this day shows that it was a big deal.
Describe what the man looked like.
To my from my recollection, I remember the man having tan pants on.
What, did he have a lab coat on, or?
I don't remember let me think about that, hold on. I don't want to say yes or no to that because I really don't remember about that specific detail, but I remember he was really skinny, and he was taller than me, and I was 10, but he was tall to me, and he had glasses and dirty blonde to brown hair in that range, and he was white.
What made you think he was a doctor?
He had that stethoscope.
Stethoscope on
and
his neck?
He had a little clip that the doctors all had, but I did not read his name because I didn't think that event was going to be significant.
And after you told Dr. Katzenstein did you tell anyone else up until, say, 2022 and Dr. Henschke?
I had told my ex-boyfriend in 7th grade, and I started crying. But because I told that doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and nothing was done, I was kind of made to believe that it didn't matter what I went through. So my ex-boyfriend was like the first person I told after that, and he knew it wasn't okay. And that's when I finally had an understanding of, that was not right. That's not acceptable whatsoever.
And marked into evidence adjoining exhibit 1001-3817, if we can bring that up. But I can read it in the interim. She denied history. This is Dr. Katzenstein's psychological progress note. And this is dated, I'm looking at where they put this. I think it was the 17th, but let me look. Yes, October 17th. And there at the bottom, do you see the what was put down by the psychologist?
Yes.
Now, was there ever any follow-up by anyone at Johns Hopkins when you said previously a doctor had looked at her private parts but did not touch her and it made her feel uncomfortable? Did anybody follow up to ask you more about this?
No.
And since that time, what happened with your memory of this?
I mean, I've remembered it throughout the entire time. It's not like it, just disappeared. I just have chosen not to speak up about it because, again, I thought it was silly that I felt that way, because when I told somebody and nothing was done about it, it made me feel that it wasn't a big deal.
And without waiving any attorney-client privilege, then it was only about 10 days to 2 weeks ago the first time you told me.
Again, yeah, it's because I didn't think it was a big deal because they made it out to not be one.
Okay.
And the hospital. That's, I should clarify.
And so did you feel embarrassed by?
I was. I don't know why. I just, even talking about it, it's just so personal and weird. So.
But you did eventually tell Dr. Henschke.
I did. I gained her, she gained my trust, and I told her.
Your witness.
Oh, I don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, so does that complete the proffer?
It does, Your Honor. We move the court to reconsider.
Ma'am, you can go ahead and have a
Thank
seat.
you.
And in follow-up to that, we've moved the court to reconsider the testimony as previously moved by the court to amend.
But Mr. Anderson, we get back to the same issue, which is why I denied it before, is this was not in the pleadings. We did not discuss this during jury selection. I've handled many sexual assault cases, and I understand that that type of questioning is very particular, and it generates a lot of challenges to a lot of jurors. This jury has not been addressed with that issue, and to interject this issue after we started the trial is fundamentally unfair. I'm not saying that Ms. Kowalski is any way creating this. And like I said the other day, I assumed everything that you were telling me, that what Ms. Kowalski was telling you was the truth. It's just at this time, because of we already started the trial and the pleadings did not reference this, it's too late for this particular trial. It has nothing to do with what she testifies to. It's the fact of fundamental fairness, fundamental due process rights. And so, I don't see how we're going to change that specific issue, and you can ask me to keep reconsidering it, but it's going to come back to the same issue.
I just had to make a record, Your Honor, and you did explain it thoroughly the first time. I felt necessary to at least try.
And I appreciate that, and certainly I would encourage you to make a report to law enforcement of this particular issue in the jurisdiction of where it occurred.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about where we are. The shot clock is as follows. Today, the plaintiffs consumed 4 hours, 15 minutes for a running total of 29 hours, 55 minutes. The defense used an hour, 15 minutes for a running total of 10 hours and 50 minutes. Who do we have tomorrow?
We have Dr. Brewerton, we have Dr. Kirkpatrick, briefly Dr. Hanna, and I think that'll fill the day. Yes, and if by some miracle council's able to complete the Newberger edits and then get to you, then we would try Newberger, but that doesn't sound like it has much of a chance.
Well, I don't think Ms. Crowells has had an opportunity yet to address it since she's been sitting here all day long.
Yes, I understand.
Correct, Your Honor, and what I reviewed, to be clear, in volume 1 was all about Dr. Sally Smith. So counsel said that he did not designate those. So I would ask counsel to just kind of double check the designations that were sent over to us to make sure I'm looking at the right ones, so that we're, on the same page.
Yeah, I will, and most of that, counsel, I don't think is relevant to this case, so I will go back and double check it within an hour getting home and tell you.
Okay, that'd be great.
And while we're talking about depot designations, are there any depot designations rulings that I owe you all? Or have I ruled on all that have been given to me with depositions?
Well, Judge, I don't think you ruled on all of Dr. Vo's. You ruled on one.
Well, there was one depot that I didn't have.
I think there are 2 you don't have, Judge. There's 3 total, my recollection. But it would be helpful, actually, I think, to know, there's been a lot of deps designated. If plaintiff's counsel know which ones they're actually going to read in, so we can focus our energy on that, that would be particularly helpful. In other words, if you've already decided that some of them are not going to be submitted and you're focusing on these, then that would be helpful.
We'll advise as soon as we can. It's been a hectic pace, and now we're trying to get our case in, but I will.
Understood.
Because, at some point I need some time myself to be able to review and make rulings and then get it to you and then have your IT folks cut the video.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, do you recall reading volumes of Sally Smith's depositions?
I think I have ruled on 3 volumes of Sally Smith of defense, or was it 5? Or
There's 5 volumes, Judge.
I think I've only ruled on 3, but I think I've only been given 3, and I've only seen designations for 3. And I think I've only received objections by the defendants, because there's a lot of people that I didn't get any objections from the plaintiffs that I've made rulings on. Especially the ones this weekend.
That. Yeah, we'll check that. I haven't.
And I was trying to be clear in my orders, saying, I had plaintiff and defense objections, and this one I only had defendant's objections. So, I think I was trying to be clear in the orders to kind of help what I thought was missing.
I will check and find out if the court is owed objections, and we'll get those to you promptly.
And perhaps our teams could communicate with each other to see if we're on the same page about this, so we only submit one packet to the court as opposed to dueling packets, I think would probably be helpful.
Well,
that would be good.
Yeah, it's the same, it
biggest
is what it
request is that we use the full size
Yes, the full size, yes, Judge.
depot as opposed to the 4 pages to 1.
We got that one.
I can clarify some regarding who we intend to read or play.
Sure.
We intend to play the depositions of Dr. Perno and Dr. Napolitano, that has been discussed. We intend to play the deposition of Dr. Vos, the most recent deposition regarding her text messages. We intend, as the court's aware and defense is aware, to use Dr. Newberger, a mixture of reading and playing, because I think only his 3rd was by video. We intend to use portions of Dr. Sally Smith. And the last last that comes to mind at the moment would be a deposition taken recently of Amy Jones, who I believe some sort of HR person at the hospital. Those are what are top of mind at the moment.
So can I clarify just the last votes? Because I think that's been ruled on.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not ruled on. I'm just announcing.
No, you're not worried about the first two votes. That's all.
No, we're not.
Okay.
I think it's Amy Jones.
I'm sorry.
Well, on Dr. Vose, I don't think I received any plaintiff's objections. I think I only received defendant's objections.
And I don't think there were any counter designations.
Okay.
Probably waiting.
And then is it Amy Jones? Or whatever, I don't think I received a deposition. I think there was some objections,
There'll
but
be a general objection to her, Judge. She's not an eligible witness for publication. She's a hospital employee, but not designated as any corporate representative or that sort of thing. So we'll object to that. But I don't remember seeing the designations on her. Now, I could be wrong.
No, we've done objections.
I don't think I've seen it.
We did objections.
yeah, my recollection is there were only like 3 objections for that one. I was like,
There
that
wasn't
was going to
that
be the
many.
easy one.
There weren't that many, Judge. But I think we both need to just regroup and double check what's been sent so that we could clarify that with the court.
Anything else before we talk about what time for tomorrow? I see Mr. Altenburn popping up.
Just a quick question, Your Honor. In light of the jury's questions about when specific people were under orders, and your observation that maybe that could be an instruction, it seems to me that maybe then, rather than trying to describe these orders in an omnibus fashion, that I might be able to draft something that could explain to the jury when Mr. Kowalski and Kyle could visit under what circumstances. I might be able to do something that's sort of a simple English explanation of those visitation parameters, if that is something you're interested in.
I'm not opposed to that so long as we have, from this date to this date.
Right.
And it becomes clear for the jury so they don't have to guess what we're talking about.
I haven't tried to study these orders to see if I can make it clear and specific that way, but if I can, maybe that would be useful. So.
Best of luck.
Anything else before we talk about what time for tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. If the court has had an opportunity to consider our motion for rehearing as to Dr. Brewerton and Dr. Kirkpatrick's last visit, and again, citing Binger and the fact that the court has generously allowed the defense to have another expert who could comment on it.
I have not heard or read anything that changes my mind on that issue. So I guess the answer is no, or no reconsideration.
So maybe we can make a record tomorrow, and the court could actually hear the circumstances and make a decision, at least as to Dr. Brewerton to begin with.
Well, if you want to do a proffer, we can do that. Do you want to do that before? It's just, you've got to come earlier.
I think if we got here, yeah, I recognize that, Your Honor. I don't think we have to get here super early. It'll only be a 5-minute proffer just as to why he and.
Well, how many exhibits are we going to not agree on for tomorrow?
That's a Nick question.
Well, that's a them question, I think.
Well,
I think tomorrow actually is pretty straightforward because for each of them, there are medical records and evaluations.
Have you already given them the?
So yes.
Okay.
Well, typically we get some, and then at 6 o'clock we get more, and then at 9 p.m. we get more. So we've gotten, I think, 3 listed so far.
What time do you all want to be here tomorrow?
8:30?
8:30.
8:30 it is. Okay. We'll be in recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good day, everybody.